In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom, and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square, and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? How we doing? Hello, everyone. Howdy, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. And also, thank you for, making that lovely track for the show. Appreciate it. Hello, Danger Days. Hello, Olsen Exy. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Kraken Pill 2. Hello, Zarina Chess. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Alan Eris Dresner. Hello, Spitfire. Hello, Amador. Hello, Rosie. Hello, Al the Healer. Hello, the guy. Hello, Charlie Jinmir. Hello, Matthew H. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Hello, Jay. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Harundo. Hello, Firespark 27. Hello, Mini Me. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, excuse me. Bastion. Hello, Brutus Magnuson. Hello, Naranyala. No, wait, Naranila? Nailed it. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, everyone. Hello, Lady Raincloud. Hello, Sake Tanuki. Oh, aren't the Dems just challenging any notions of redeemability, indeed? Hello, Electra. Hello, Double Chinsey. Hello. Naranila. There we go. Nailed it. Oh, God. We'll talk about it, Super Jet Guy. I'm just let me get in the door. I'm sorry, Lady Raincloud. I barely have time to do anything. I had to go to the dentist today. I came back, fell asleep, and now it's time to work. That's been my day in a nutshell. Hello, Faith Faulkner. Hello, CR. Hello, Comrade Girl. Oh my God! Let me get in the door before, like, you guys are asking me all these questions before we can even like get started. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. We gotta say hello to folks. Good golly. Whew. How we all feeling today, folks? Beep boop. Read this. Okay. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Nomi Sunrider. How we doing, folks? Tired? Kind of hopeful? I'm really sorry you guys are tuning into this show today. I'm gonna do my best to maintain some hopeful optimism, but I am pissed as fuck. Apparently, the Senate Democrats said they will reject the GOP funding bill. Yeah, with the gigantic, massive asterisk next to that. Put it there yourself if you don't already see it, but we'll be talking about that. Yeah, we'll be talking about Senate Democrats and why you, in fact, need to keep calling. I saw initially I saw the announcement today from Chuck Schumer and was like, "Oh, sweet, we a good thing happened. The pressure must be getting to them." And then I read into it a little bit more, and fuck, man, they're trying to rat fuck us. They're trying to be cute. We'll talk about it. Let me put on some chapstick. Oh, Lady Raincloud, today is one of the dumbest, stupidest possible conceivable news days. And like, to the degree that if your expectations are already as low as they want to put shit back into our drinking water, like, your expectations aren't low enough. It's genuinely horrifying. But we'll get to it. Whew. Yeah, you gotta be calling your senators. Representatives, on at least on the budget, have already voted. The dumbest news day so far. I think we're gonna struggle to really see something dumber than today. Whew. Okay, folks. Are you all ready to dive into it? We're gonna talk about, like, the one good thing I saw in the news today, and then it's all gonna be downhill from here, okay? Well, mostly downhill. It's gonna be, you know what? Let's maybe we'll start with two good things. Give you guys a little bit more of an uplift before we dash your hopes and dreams. All right. Hello, Amber Brains. Now, folks, before we get too far into stream, remember to hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, very important, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. I couldn't make it happen without you guys. And share the stream around. All right, bring some more people in, make some new friendos. Okay. All right. I guess I need to preface the stream with that's kind of how I feel about today's stream in a nutshell. All right. How awful is it? It's pretty fucking bad. All right. Here we go. So, folks, there are a lot of bad things happening lately, and I'm gonna try and give you, like, a hopeful take on, you know, two of them that are two moderately not bad things happening. You know, in a sea of just awful shit manifesting on a daily basis. We're gonna take a look at maybe one bright spot. Tim Walz is launching a national tour of town halls in Republican House districts. This is a man who is definitely running for president in 2028. I'm sorry, you don't just launch into doing this if you are a Democratic governor. One thing you could conceivably do is, of course, do a podcast with a neo-Nazi who did a Sieg Heil a couple of weeks ago, but that would mean you're a very different kind of governor. Who is almost certainly committing political suicide. Every single guest he brings on. But Tim Walz over here, walking around with the Riz. Let's see here. There was a primal scream of folks recognizing what's going on with the Trump administration, their authoritarian tendencies, and what they viewed was a lack of a proper response from their representatives, he told CNN on Wednesday. was about these Republican representatives recognizing this stuff's really unpopular, so they're going to quit the town halls. These folks need to be heard. They need to be heard, and to be candid with you, Democratic leadership needs to hear them. And you know what? Like that's a guy who's actually standing on some level of principle. No. Oh god. Okay? This is a guy standing on some level of principle. Oh, I'm sorry if it wasn't clear why I was showing this. This is the Gavin Newsom episode that just dropped 8 hours ago, where he sits down with Steve Bannon, Donald Trump's top campaign strategist for 2016, who just did a Sieg Heil. Interesting, isn't that? Interesting, huh? Wild stuff. I hate Gavin Newsom so much. This is really beside the point I'm trying to make. But like I don't know. It's good to hear someone saying, "Hey, I'm going to tour all these Republican House districts, and I'm going to listen to these constituents who are being ignored by their elected Republican representatives, and I'm going to take that back to Democratic leadership, and we are going to actually do some shit." You know, I like that. I think it's good, actually. I think that's, kind of the kind of political maneuver someone would need to do in order to actually win the presidency in 2028. Yeah, well, and to CNN politics credit, they at least point this out. Other than independent Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who has taken 2 swings of his own through the Midwest in the past month, no major Democratic leaders have been stepping forward with similar kinds of public events. Walz chalked that up in part to his party trying to find our feet, but the situation clearly frustrates him. "I'm going to tell them that it doesn't have to be this way," he said, referencing the Trump administration's move to dismantle the Department of Education as a prime example. I'm going to say I'm going to say ways that we can mobilize to fight back, ways that I think are the most effective ways, and I fully expect them to tell me ways that they're looking for. Like, dog, dude is actually doing the thing you would do if you were a savvy politician who wanted to win, and maybe, just maybe, implement better policy should you gain power. You know? That's nice. I like that. And I'm not biased because I'm Minnesotan here. I'm biased because I just want a Democrat to have a spine who's actually going to pursue and champion policies that will help the American worker. You know? God, it shouldn't be this hard to find folks like that. Especially in an era where we have events like this popping up. Veterans to march on Washington to defend the Constitution.
On behalf of all federal workers who are being treated like garbage and who are feeling scapegoated, rightfully so, I am here to speak up for the people who lost their jobs wrapped up in a lie that their performance was inadequate.
I'm trying so hard to not give in to conspiracism, but it's feeling like the Clinton memos to make sure Bernie never controls the party are still in place.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to it, but I do think that basically the entire field of Democratic candidates are currently like shooting themselves in the foot, except for Tim Walz. But yeah, veterans are now mobilizing to protest in Washington D.C. Because keep in mind, folks, fun fact I learned today.
I could get behind the Tim Walz campaign.
Yes.
I really hope that if he is planning to run that he would have some one-on-one sit-down meetings with Bernie Sanders on policy in the years leading up to a campaign.
He's really putting himself out there in the media right now as like someone who's going to take Bernie Sanders' torch. It's not outside the realm of possibility that he actually does that. Thank you for the $10 dono, Malin Miller. I really appreciate it. And Sake Tanuki and Malin Miller, thank you both for being the first people today to support stream. Appreciate you guys. Couldn't make this show without viewers like you, so thank you. But yeah, veterans. A third of the federal workforce is made up of veterans, guys. Like, the things the Trump administration is currently doing, firing all of these workers willy-nilly, it is coming back to bite them, and like sooner rather than later, you know, like the but yeah, let's keep watching this.
These are the folks that put life into our cities, and they make it worth living in them. Cities like Minneapolis every single day. These people, my people, walk past the American flag and pledge allegiance to it every day as they serve their communities. They are good Americans, and I am a veteran. I know what a loyal patriot looks like, and every single one of those people deserves the gratitude of a thankful nation and not the demonization and criticism that they have been getting. This is unacceptable, and it must end.
You know, like it's cool. Oh god, stop! Don't show me the cat videos. I want that. I'm doing a show.
Still not voting for him, smiley face.
Salmon Moose, it's okay. You as an Australian in Australia do not have to vote for anybody in America. Oh god. Veterans are planning to march on Washington, D.C. This is going to take place on March 14th, so 2 days from now. Yeah, they're basically protesting the idea that they did not swear allegiance to a king; they
I
swore
don't know
allegiance
how
to the
Walz can mount a
Constitution.
serious campaign without dealing with the complete failure of 2024's Harris campaign. I'm also so here for that moment he does.
You know, I think that part of the reason, and Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I think part of the reason we're not seeing that much dwelling on the Harris campaign is because well, he got out ahead of it. He started his press tour basically talking about how Kamala Harris's, advisors and the people around the campaign muzzled him and shut him up on topics like Medicare for all, on topics like, calling Republicans weird, etc. And most of it is just confirmation or reiteration of reporting we already had on that. So it's not like it's blowing a lid off or like making an expose of like the Kamala Harris campaign. But I think that the reason he continued to bring it up is basically to distance himself from that campaign and to make it clear that that campaign is not actually indicative of where he is on policy. And, I gotta be honest, I think the American people are hungry enough for someone with good policy that they don't care that he ran in 2024. My gut feeling on this one, and granted we're years away from the actual presidential election, but my gut feeling on this one is that if anything, being the vice presidential pick in that campaign, I don't think it damaged him. I think it gained him national name recognition. And when normies think of Tim Walz or hear about him or see him, they're like, "Oh yeah, I liked that guy. Yeah, he was the guy that called JD Vance a couch fucker. I like that guy." you know? I think that instead of it being like a liability, I think let me put it this way, I think in DC like cocktail circuit, I think that maybe it's considered a liability. I do not think in actual real world terms it's a liability. I think the conventional wisdom of the political punditry is that he would be damaged by this, but I don't really see it that much in the general public. Yeah, Blueberry Bumblebee in Twitch chat writes, Bernie didn't have as large of a presence before he ran in 2016, and if he had, he would have trounced Clinton and Trump. I do think that this could be like a redo of 2016, but with a Bernie Sanders style candidate with a bit more name recognition. Because like you don't go around and pull a countrywide tour in the vein of Bernie Sanders unless you are planning on being a national figure in politics. And like he's already not running for Minnesota's open Senate seat. So that leads you to wonder what else could he be running for? He's definitely gunning for the presidency. And I'm here for it. I don't see anyone else in the field doing anything remotely as interesting as what he's doing. Also, Faith Faulkner, the lieutenant governor of Minnesota, is cool as hell. I was kind of hoping she'd cook as governor for a while, but like I'm not mad at her getting the Senate seat. Yeah, Flanagan's great. Peggy. Well, and the other thing is, and I've said this previously, and I do think it's true. Something to note: Tim Walz worked with Ken Martin for 15 years. So I find it I find it less and less likely that Ken Martin, as head chair of the DNC, is going to try and rat fuck Tim Walz. I think we could see like a Bernie Sanders progressive run for the presidency where the DNC doesn't try and sink him right off the bat. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think this is good news. You know, if we're looking for political figures on the horizon that are going to like actually help us and not just try and reestablish a status quo that sucks for everyone, Tim Walz seems to be that guy. So Amber Blackwell, I'm not opposed to an AOC VP pick. I'm wondering if AOC's time would be better spent in the Senate.
I am choosing to
for
be more
several
optimistic
years.
on this front. But one thing that does worry me in the back of my mind is that the Republicans will make elections illegitimate or non-existent by 2028. I hope not.
Valid fear, Malin Miller. I share
It's
that.
more of a party credibility thing. The party as a whole can't be taken seriously until they admit business as usual catastrophically failed.
Yeah, I just think that like with Tim Walz, I don't think people associate Tim Walz with the Democratic Party because his way of speaking and his policy positions are so alien to frankly most people when they think about the Democratic Party. I think if he approaches it from a working class, pro union, pro like average man, you know, kind of perspective, I think he can basically sidestep a lot of that in a way that, you know, someone like Kamala Harris never could. Someone like Gavin Newsom never could. I don't think Gretchen Whitmer could. You know, like I think that he's kind of built up some bona fides in a way that like the Democratic Party has long stopped appreciating and could still win him mass support. Malin Miller, I agree. You know, like I'm worried about us getting through the next couple of years. You know, part of why I am pushing you guys constantly to organize, whether it's with Indivisible, Tesla Takedown, your local Dems, your local DSA, what have you, is because we need to be organized in groups that can work to achieve common goals, because we may be called upon to organize to preserve these institutions. And I do firmly believe that the current moment we're in, where I'm asking you all to call your senators to get them to vote no on cloture, it's one of those times. It's one of the reasons we organize. It's one of the reasons I want you all to like continue building out our network, you know, whether it's on this show or in other communities or wherever you go. I want you to keep building up and keep inviting people in, okay? Does RFK actually believe what he says about vaccines? Yes. Carman Benoit, thank you very much for the $1.49 Canadian. So, yeah, I do like to see Tim Walz meeting the people where they're at, going around taking advantage of this time where working class voters are simply being ignored by their elected officials, and in order to listen, hear them out, and try and take away something for like the actual party to work upon, you know? So there you have it. Those are the two good things. We got Veterans March on Washington D.C. in order to protest the mass firing of veterans, as well as the gutting of the VA, which is currently unfolding. So those two things, that and Tim Walz gearing up to actually run a real campaign with a shot of winning. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it. We did the segment. CN Star Bunnies, we're gonna talk about it. Don't you worry. But short answer, no, the Democrats are trying to rat fuck us. Yeah, those were the good things. Now it's all downhill, okay? Now it's all downhill. Beep boop. Buckle up, buckos. The Dems rat fuck us? I'm shocked. Shocked.
Right now the Dem party is the meme of that guy putting a stick in him wheel while riding the bike.
Yeah. Yeah, for a brief moment today, we thought it was Dat Boy, but then it turned out it was just the meme of the guy putting a stick in his wheel. You know, for all of 5 minutes, I was like, "Oh my god, they did something right." All right. All right, folks, let's talk about it. So, we are in the midst of a moment of crisis. And what I mean by that is, yesterday I did an emergency segment on the stream about how it is vitally important that you call your senators today, tomorrow, and Friday. Okay? It's super, super important. Um, call your senator on Thursday, call your senator as early as you possibly can wake up on Friday. Because we need to maximize the amount of pressure being applied to these political figures. Because and some people might be asking, but Jack, why do we need to continue calling? Chuck Schumer said some good things on the Senate floor today. You know, why must we continue calling? You say. Well, this is why. Shortly after a bunch of people flooded news channels, um, basically saying Chuck Schumer has said they're going to vote no on cloture, and like surprised everyone by suddenly seemingly having a spine. We get some reporting courtesy of Talking Points Memo. And Talking Points Memo put out this piece after heated Dem meeting. Schumer says Dems will push for no vote on short-term continuing resolution first. Now, before we get too deep into this, what does that mean? Well, basically, the House passed a 7-month continuing resolution a couple days ago. That means it gets pushed over to the Senate for a vote. And on Friday, Republicans want to hold a vote on this 7-month continuing resolution. And that would basically give the government a gigantic blank check. And by the government, I mean Elon Musk and Donald Trump, a gigantic blank check to spend basically money however they see fit. Because right now, what is happening is that Elon Musk and Donald Trump are ignoring Congress and taking the power of the purse from Congress, subverting Article 1 of the Constitution. It is a really big deal. There's not really any other way of cutting it. This is like, if we do not have Congress appropriating funds, we basically lose a huge element of what makes Congress a co-equal branch of the government, right? So it's a big deal. It's like the buffer we have between us having just kind of like a quasi-king or dictator situation. And essentially, what is being put forward by the Dems is, instead of a 7-month continuing resolution during which the government would remain open and Elon Musk and Donald Trump could continue slashing and gutting the government as they see fit. Instead, Democrats are saying, we want a 30-day continuing resolution, which will keep the government open for 30 more days, and that will give us time to negotiate. And on the face of that, that doesn't seem bad, right? It doesn't necessarily, it's not everything we wanted, obviously, but like on the face of it, it's like, okay, we're kicking the can down the road, but we're giving the Senate time, Senate Dems time to like wring concessions out, and maybe some of those concessions will be like guardrails for Doge. And if we get to see what we can accomplish with 30 days of additional negotiation, and then like if we are still at an impasse, the government shuts down, right?
If your senator is mine, Charlie Nose-Tip Glasses, tell him not just to vote no, but to pressure the rest of them to vote no.
Yes, it's true. Like, Charlie Nose-Tip Glasses. Yes, if you are in the district of one of the Senate whips, definitely make sure you call and tell them to whip no votes. Okay. So where are we at? Where are we at here? Well, the reason why this continuing resolution seems like a rat fuck to me is in this Talking Points memo reporting on this meeting that happened prior to the vote on the Senate floor. And here is the quote. Let me just pull this up for you guys from Chuck Schumer that got widely reported on social media by news orgs and reporters. Quote, funding the government should be a bipartisan effort, but Republicans choose a partisan path, drafting their continuing resolution without any input from congressional Democrats. Because of that, Republicans do not have the votes in the Senate to invoke cloture on the House CR. Our caucus is unified on a clean April 11th CR that will keep the government open and give Congress time to negotiate bipartisan legislation that can pass. We should vote on that. I hope our Republican colleagues will join us to avoid a shutdown on Friday. So, on the face of it, again, I want to say that sounds good, relatively. Like, I can see an argument for that. It's when you start digging deeper into the surrounding events and what he's actually proposing and mechanically how it would work, that things start coming a little bit more into focus. All right. So, the 30-day continuing resolution would almost certainly fail if the Republican-controlled Senate were to vote on it. And on the off chance it did succeed, it would not survive a floor vote on the House floor. Locked out of power, the short-term continuing resolution and the push for a bipartisan spending bill is believed to be part of a messaging effort by Democrats who want to be able to say that they did not roll over and accept the MAGA funding bill that House Republicans and President Donald Trump are shoving down their throats. Schumer's Wednesday remarks point to a possible off-the-floor negotiation. The public ask to vote on the 30-day stopgap would likely come in exchange for Democrats giving Senate Republicans the votes they need to invoke cloture on House Speaker Mike Johnson's continuing resolution on the Senate floor. That would mean that Senate Republicans would ultimately be able to pass the House-passed bill with a simple majority, eliminating the need for Democratic votes. Now, to break that down, what this is essentially saying is that and we'll get to what may have happened at this behind closed doors meeting, is that this is essentially a way to fulfill off the floor, like back and forth negotiations with Republicans, and that this is possibly a signal that Democrats are willing to give up the 60 vote majority that Republicans currently need in order to pass this 7-month continuing resolution and indeed any budget in order to pretend to have amendments added. Yeah, exactly, Dragonfly. It is essentially a gambit for Democrats to be able to performatively resist the bill while in actuality not accomplishing anything. The idea that this is bipartisan essentially would be that, like, oh, they have 30 days during which Democrats can bring amendments for the Senate to vote on, and Republicans can then just vote no on those amendments. Like, it's not like these amendments are guaranteed to get into the bill. It is simply they want the optics of bringing these amendments and having them shot down by Republicans, presumably so they can finger wag at Republicans 1.5 times more intensely. It is I experienced a flutter of hope earlier today, and now I'm just filled with rage. Now, what are we talking about this closed door meeting? What's that all about? Okay. Schumer's floor remarks, pushing for a vote on the short-term continuing resolution, came after an almost 2-hour-long caucus meeting among Senate Democrats Wednesday afternoon. The lengthy closed-door meeting was filled with audible ups and downs. Bursts of loud applause and yelling could be heard through one of the doors leading into the meeting room. At one point, a male senator could be heard shouting inside the room with clear frustration in his voice. Most senators stayed silent as they exited the meeting, avoiding questions from a large gaggle of reporters waiting outside the room. Others did briefly comment on the discussions that took place behind closed doors. One such senator is Tim Kaine, who said, "I think there's a pretty consistent theme that we want to get amendments, and we think we are entitled to get an amendment vote, and we're not going to support cloture until we get that." So, yeah. There is a decent chance, and more than decent chance, that this is an attempt to rat fuck us, to make it seem like, oh, they're having a spine, look at them fight, only to then theatrically, go belly up at the last minute. So what you need to do, and what every single one of you need to do, you need to call your senators tomorrow. You need to call your senators first thing on Friday. Do not stop calling, because this is vitally important to the country, to your safety, your future, and for the safety and future of every single person you love. That's what's at stake, and it really seems like they are doing their best to
Hey, all,
screw
hope
us.
y'all are well, and this looks bleak.
Yeah, Story of the Bard, thank you for the 3 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the show and making all of this possible. But yeah, it does look bleak. So you need to continue pressuring your senators. You need, when you call them tomorrow and early on Friday, you need to let them know that you are watching and you understand what trading these votes for empty amendment votes actually means. And you need to be absolutely crystal clear that you want them to vote no on cloture. You do not want this 30-day continuing resolution. You want them to shut it down. It's as simple as this 30-day gambit that they're trying to make is dog shit. It's bullshit. They're not going to see it through. They're not going to fight. So make sure you are clear to your senator. Okay? Yeah, and that's a great point, Lady Raincloud. Even if you've lost every last shred of hope you have in these Dems, even if they have disappointed you to the utmost, you go ahead and you call them. It is important. This is a lever we can use, and we need to use every single lever at our disposal. Okay? And if you are wondering, hey, where do I go? Where do I go to find the contact info for my elected representative? Use 5calls.org. I'm posting it in every single chat. You can put in your location. It will give you your elected representatives. And remember, vote no on cloture. Do not back this continuing resolution. What do I do since my state doesn't have Democratic senators? Call your Republican ones and tell them the same. Maybe appeal to like their belief in the Constitution or whatnot, you know? Frame it in more Republican-friendly terms. But I need to be clear, this is an issue that goes beyond Democrat or Republican or independent or any political party. It goes beyond that. It transcends it. Okay?
Remind them that John Oliver may want your rat erotica, but we want them to not rat asterisk 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 us.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and true. Okay? Like, understand, guys, that this is not, like, this seems like it is a Democrats only problem, but understand that, like, this is something that should transcend politics. You know, we should believe and protect our democratic system from this type of dismantling. Because once we dismantle this, guys, once we dismantle the importance of Congress, you no longer have a representative democracy. Like, your elected representatives in Congress no longer have any relevance. Okay? So it is important, whether you are Republican or Democrat or independent or, you know, whatever political affiliation you might have, it is important to call your senator and tell them to vote no and to shut the government down. Okay? Okay? Yeah, the 5 calls script might not be useful anymore after the events of today. I assumed that the clean continuing resolution would be what Chuck Schumer initially portrayed it as, like additional time to negotiate while keeping everything open. But that does not appear to be what is actually being pushed out. So yes on cloture is the end of Congress ever having power again. Oh my god, I feel like I've explained it so many times. Cloture is the 60 vote threshold, essentially, guys. So if there are not 60 people voting in favor of this, it cannot, like the continuing resolution does not get through to a full vote. Okay? By withholding cloture, you basically kill the continuing resolution. So if you vote yes on cloture, the bill continues, the 7-month continuing resolution continues forward and gets voted on and will pass because it only needs the 50 vote majority instead of 60. So, if this continuing resolution passes, the 7-month one, that is a blank check that allows Elon Musk and Donald Trump to basically gut the government as they see fit. And there is no language in either continuing resolution, either the 1-month one or the 7-month one, that would constrain the current rampant abuses that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are perpetrating against the Constitution and the American people. Okay. Yeah, maybe Gamergy, you could write up a post and pin it in the Discord. That's actually a really good idea. At everyone in the Discord in order to get them to call their senators. So, essentially what we've been seeing Donald Trump and Elon Musk do is pay no attention whatsoever to the money that Congress appropriates. That is the money that Congress puts into a budget for the next fiscal year, right? And what that means is effectively, how this usually works is that Congress puts money into the budget, they appropriate the funds, and then they give it to the federal branch of the government, and the federal branch of the government then spends that money as Congress has outlined, right? That's the job of the federal government. The federal government cannot simply go, we're not going to spend that money, or we're going to spend that money on something else. But Elon Musk and Donald Trump have been doing just that in violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. And so the idea being that if you are going to hand Elon Musk and Donald Trump another budget, there needs to be explicit language in there guardrailing against them unilaterally using this power and reaffirming the constitutional right of Congress to the power of the purse to appropriate these funds via budget. Okay? That is super goddamn important. Yeah, no, it is an ongoing rat fuck. Oh, Metal Kitty Mom, good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck. And I do think it's worth repeating. You guys are aware, right, that Talking Points Memo is not like a lefty organization. It's a pretty middle of the road, pretty maybe even conservative leaning publication. Tends to play it close to the chest with facts. But it was so shocking what the Democrats are doing that the editor-in-chief of Talking Points Memo came out earlier today, late in the evening, with this article called "The Kabuki Cave." It is insane, right? This 7:25, so just a little under 2 hours ago. As you could see from my comments here and some occasional comments on Blue Sky, I felt pretty confident for the most of the day that Senate Dems were in the process of caving. Then I had to go offline for a couple of hours in the late afternoon. I was a bit stunned and more than pleasantly surprised when I saw clips of Chuck Schumer's floor speech, saying that Senate Dems had the votes to block cloture. Wow, I thought, things are turning out better than I realized. I mean, if you have the votes to block cloture, you block cloture, right? And guys, I'm just gonna throw it out there. That was exactly my feeling today. That exactly parallels with my line of thinking and my reaction to seeing Chuck Schumer's words on the Senate floor. Okay? Pretty quickly, I heard from multiple sources what was actually happening. This was a deal between Chuck Schumer and John Thune to allow a brief performative episode to throw Democratic voters off the scent while the Democratic caucus allowed the bill to pass. The deal is this: Democrats agreed to give up the 60 vote threshold in exchange for being allowed to offer amendments to the House bill. The amendment or amendments will likely be some version of Senator Murray's 30-day continuing resolution. It doesn't even matter what they are. But this is all for show. Once you give up the 60 vote threshold, the whole thing is over. Senator Kaine put it with greater clarity. Democrats had nothing to do with this bill, and we want an opportunity to get an amendment vote or two. And that's what we are insisting on to vote for cloture. Again, you're giving up cloture, the 60 vote threshold, in exchange for the ability to offer amendments that will certainly fail. There's an additional point as to the why. I was told yesterday that a major driver for Dems was the fear that a shutdown would slow down or stop the various court cases against Doge. Honestly, that sounded so stupid to me that I was skeptical. But this afternoon I heard it from other key directions. I don't know if it's the biggest driver or just on the basis of what I heard, I get a sense it's a major one. That seems so wrong-headed, so lawyer-brained, that when I got the final piece of the puzzle in front of me and realized this was a real thing, it was hard for me to even process. I'd love to be wrong about all of this, but I'm not. If you're pissed, I'd keep calling your senators and making your voices heard on this. Nothing is over until it's over. Nothing. But right now, the above is the plan. And I'm going to read this additional line from the paragraph I skipped. Mostly, I don't like being lied to, and I suspect other Democrats won't either. This is literally Chuck Schumer blowing smoke up all of your asses. Every single one of you. It is a lie. It is a lie. Nova Celeste, Cloture is essentially the filibuster here. Yep. Cloture is the 60 vote threshold that prevents them from getting that vote through. If cloture is invoked, then it's a simple majority and Republicans no longer need Democrats. There is no filibustering here. Why do my parents believe that voting no on cloture would actually help Trump? Because some people think, like pointed out in the talking points memo by the editor-in-chief, essentially that it would slow down the legal goings-on against Doge and therefore give Donald Trump more time to do nefarious deeds. That there are also some cowards who think that if Democrats, deny votes for cloture, essentially that's going to backfire and Republicans are going to blame Democrats for shutting down the government. But like, Republicans are the ones shutting down the government. Let's be clear. So what we need to do is put an emphasis on no, this will not stop the courts. The courts will continue to function. If that's the reason you are voting for this, then you have been lied to. Yeah, when you're talking with, I mean, you don't need to say that to senators. Senators already know that that's horseshit for the most part. Some of them are scared of potential fallout or potentially being blamed for things, but like, you need to tell them like point blank what you want. Point that you know what is being done with this 30-day continuing resolution, and that it is all theater. You understand that any amendments Democrats bring are going to fail because Republicans are not interested in bipartisan efforts. And any attempt to sell you that they are, is horseshit. Yeah, Five Calls does not have a script for, hey, don't fuck us over, shut down the government. It turns out Five Calls doesn't have a script for that. And you know what? They might not get a script for that, which is why I need you guys to understand what is happening so that you can just use your words. You know? Also, folks, keep in mind, you will almost certainly be leaving a voicemail regardless of what time you call. If you haven't called today, might as well call and leave a voicemail after hours if you can. But call their DC offices and call their local offices. Okay? Call both of their offices. Make sure that they know that you know.
Also, if you're in NY, like me, tell Chuck to buy a proper pair of regular reading glasses.
And also to stop fucking you without buying you dinner first. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. This is all advanced algebra to me. I will try and give it. I will try and boil it down as simple as possible. Okay. In order for the government to continue to function, 8 Democrats need to cross the line and vote in favor of a continuing resolution. Democrats need to make sure that they do not pass a continuing resolution, because the ones who are currently saying they're going to do that, are going to try to do that, are lying to you about like why they're trying to do it. They're trying to tell you, hey, we want to add amendments to the budget measure, and then we'll be hunky dory. But all of those amendments are going to fail in the face of Republican senators. And once all of them fail, they're going to be like, oh, well, what can we do? We're just minority Democrats. And then they're going to twiddle their thumbs as a simple Republican majority passes the continuing resolution for 7 months, which will continue to subvert Article 1 of the Constitution and your democratic rights, and give Elon Musk and Donald Trump practically dictatorial power with little to no checks outside of the courts. So, when is the vote? Probably Friday morning. So you call them, if you haven't called today, call them today. Leave a message. I know it's late, but call today, leave a message. Call tomorrow, and then call Friday morning. That's what you got to do. You also need to reach out. You need to get every single person you know who would possibly be willing to do this to call their senators. It is that important. It is as important as possible that as many people as possible call in about this. And again, I need to reiterate, this is like the last institutional barrier between us and having essentially an American king. That's what you gotta do. You gotta call your senators. It's not enough to call your representatives, you gotta call your senators. God. Ted Cruz and John Cornyn do not seem relevant in this pressure call. Call them anyway. Like I'm so sick of people being like, "Oh, it won't matter if I call my senator anyway." Call him anyway. It's fucking important. Like, God damn it. We should be applying pressure every place we theoretically can. Oh, they won't listen to me if I call. I don't give a shit. Call him anyway. Thousands of other people in this community are doing the same. Don't be someone who's put off by the fact that the odds are long. Yeah, call anyone in that office to irritate them, get their attention, make them aware of how important this is to you. No, CF. What Senate Dems are doing is they did a backroom negotiation deal with the Republicans and said, hey, Let us performatively do stuff in the eyes of the public so that our constituents think that we're valiantly fighting for them, and then we'll let you do whatever the fuck you want. That is how I can't really sum it up more simply than that. Let us pretend like we're doing something important, and you can fuck our constituents and our entire country wherever you'd like. That's what they're doing. What if both my senators are Republican Trumpers? Is there a better way to go about convincing them? Talk about it in terms of constitutionality. Talk about it in terms that a Republican might talk about this topic. You know, how much you love the Constitution and America and the country, and how you believe in like apple pie and blue-eyed blonde-haired children, or whatever Republicans give a shit about these days. Okay, frame it in whatever terms will be useful, but ultimately make the call, even if it is not phrased in the ideal way. Make the call. Making the call and like not getting the wording 100% perfect, is better than making no call at all. Because what we're doing here is a numbers game. It is not necessarily important super important the content of the call rather than the mass of calls themselves. Tell them you're worried about Medicaid. Tell them you're worried about Social Security. Tell them that you are worried about the subversion of Article 1 of the Constitution. These are things that Republicans care about on paper, and Republican politicians are terrified for their constituents to get wind that they want to get rid of. Yes, it's no to cloture on the continuing resolution. Yes. Yeah, not Neon Rat, that might be a better way of conceptualizing your phone call. It's like a vote, and it counts as a vote, essentially. Paladin Lost writes, I live in Missouri. My senators are guaranteed votes for cloture. I harass them anyway. Good. Keep it up. But more than anything, if you live in a Democratic place with Democratic senators, you need to make sure you are calling them, and you need to make sure their office is aware that you know how dire these circumstances are, and that this ruse by Chuck Schumer is not going to float. Okay? Yeah, annoy your senators, damn it. Exactly. Yeah, basically every sitting member of Congress right now, it has their voicemails in like full swing. Like, oh, we're getting an unusually high number of calls right now. Try again later, okay?
You need a button on your soundboard from that old Sears air conditioning commercial. I'll call Sears tomorrow. You call now. I'll call now.
God. Thank you, Gamer G. Thank you. Appreciate it. Also, if you want to update it with what Nimble line, the sample script Nimble line posted in YouTube chat, that might be helpful for folks looking for a script to follow with their calls. So there we are, folks. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are trying to screw us. They are trying to piss on you and tell you it's raining. I need you all to understand they are trading your democratic rights, your constitutional rights away for like I don't know, like 10,000 views on YouTube for like their individual actions trying to add amendments to this bill. Like when you really break it down, it's so pathetic. It's so pathetic. Make your calls and make sure they know that like you're watching and there will be a political price to pay if they continue down this road. And with that, make your calls, folks. Make your calls. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Folks, we've been going for over an hour now. If you're enjoying the stream or getting anything out of this, please hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider supporting the show because, folks, couldn't make it happen without you guys. Your subs, your donos, your memberships, your super
It starts
chats.
with one win for the people. All the little wins keep adding up.
Let's go, mini-me. It's true. It's true. I'm so tired. Me fucking too. Juliana, thank you very much for subscribing and for being subscribed for 7 months. Thank you so much. Whew. Gamer G, are you finding that sample script? Otherwise, I can like copy and paste it for you. Thanks for the website info. I just left a message on both my senators for California, even though it's a blue state. Still wanted to make sure they hear our concerns here as well. Well, and that's the thing. Even if you live in a safe blue state, you need to make sure that they vote no on this. Because a lot of those safe blue Democrats are considering rat fucking us about it. You posted it? Fuck yeah.
I made my calls to my Colorado senators in the bathroom. It was too damn easy.
Why is that like conjuring an image of my head of like someone walking away from an explosion? Huh, too damn easy, but like the explosion's in a bathroom. I don't know. Thank you for making the call. It is not a big ask. I know millennials and people younger than me find calling intimidating. It is not difficult. It does not take a long time. Okay? Did I miss something? Yes. Which is basically that Talking Points memo came out with reporting multiple times today that Chuck Schumer and Senator John Thune, the Republican majority leader in the Senate, have reached a backroom deal essentially to allow Democrats to performatively suggest amendments for the next 30 days in exchange for giving up the 60 vote threshold. So it is they position themselves as being powerful enough to deny cloture, which is good. They should do that, but instead of holding firm, they are saying right now that they are going to they're going to cave. They're saying that, oh well, we want to be able to extend funding for 30 days so we can add amendments to the the GOP continuing resolution. But all of those amendments in the Senate are going to fail. They're designed to fail. They're designed to be PR pieces for these Democrats. So we must keep calling them to force them to grow spines. And also, if you can, visit their offices. Visit their local offices or their DC offices if you happen to be in town. And hey, yeah, if you want to call Chuck Schumer, even if you're not a constituent, hell, why not? Chuck Schumer's telephone number for his office is 202-224-6542, everybody. Boop. Just going to post that in every chat real quick. Because this guy needs to know that we are all paying attention. That not just his constituents are paying attention, we're all paying attention. And not only that, we know what he's up to. All right? My girl is willing to phone bank, but is nervous and uncomfortable in talking about politics because she doesn't feel knowledgeable. Any advice for her at the moment? When you go to a phone bank, they usually have a script, different talking points, different pieces of information that you can use during the phone bank. So it's a lot less intimidating once you know that. Oh no, I'm not dropping a senator's personal phone number. That's his office phone number. Where did you? Yeah, here I'll link the talking points memo here. It's 2 pieces from talking points memo. We got this one here, and we got this one here. The Kabuki cave. They turned off the voicemail for Chuck Schumer. Yep. But you know what? You can call him tomorrow. Are the senators just aligning with Trump and Musk over class? No, they're scared. Like that's all of it. They're scared. They think that if the government shuts down, that will somehow help Elon Musk and Donald Trump. And they think they're going to be blamed for it, and they're going to have to pay a political price to their constituents over being the ones responsible for the government shutdown. At least that's how they play it out in their heads. Additionally, some of them are like, oh, well, a shutdown may slow down the courts and stop them from enjoining Doge from continuing to slash government programs and people. But my understanding is that that's kind of a load of horseshit. So it's just fear. They're afraid. Is 50-51 and Indivisible aware of the placating? I don't know. This is all reporting from like an hour and a half ago. Okay? Things are moving really fast. I don't know who is aware of what. But I want you guys to all be aware of what's happening here so that you can exert pressure. Because what Democrats, especially Democratic leadership, are trying to do right now is rely on your ignorance. Okay? Why not make it personal and give out their personal phone numbers? Well, 1, I don't have those. And 2, if I did, I think you want to think really long and hard about doxing actual sitting members of Congress. I, as a person with my face on a screen broadcasting to hundreds of people and easily locatable and also a trans socialist woman, probably need to be a bit more careful with those things. God. Yeah, careful with those things like breaking the law. Thank you, that one American. I got it at a not a thrift store, an estate sale. Okay, I get it. We can't do cool things. I mean, you can do cool things. Just don't let your, like don't ask me to do illegal shit on my stream. God. Yeah, if you need a script, here is one. I think Paladin Lost put this together. Here you go. Here you go. Yeah, being in jail as a trans woman these days, apparently a 0 out of 10 experience. Well, worshipper of Olympians, the saying is be gay, do crimes, not be gay and be a fucking moron and do crimes. You know? Like I don't know. I feel like the middle part, you should assume that you shouldn't do that part. Do not talk about doing crimes. Let's see. Do not fed post. Do not fed post. Do not fed post. Like I don't know if you're coming into a stream and saying like why aren't you advocating like burning down Tesla dealerships? Like I can't do that. You know I can't do that. Like what the fuck are you doing? Do not fed post. Do not fed post. Do not fed post. What's fed posting? Advocating violent illegal action. You know, ideally don't advocate things in my chat that I am then responsible for as the streamer. Cause like if you do that, I have to ban you. Like you guys understand that, like legally speaking, I have to like ban you if you do that to save my ass. Like if you want to talk about that shit, you gotta go do it someplace else. What's cloture? The 60 vote threshold in the Senate. It's essentially the vote right before it's the vote to end debate and bring something formally to a vote in the Senate. In order to end debate on things like the budget, you have to have 60 votes, which means they need Democratic support to end cloture. But once cloture is ended, it only takes a simple majority vote, which Republicans have. Oh yeah, true. Somewhere else is also not the Discord, you know? I don't know. Like God. Can we fed post on conservative streamers streams? No, don't do that shit. Do I have a favorite beer / alcohol? I do. It's a whiskey called Spirits of the North, Old Hell Roaring. It's my favorite whiskey. It's distilled here in Minnesota, and it is good shit. Why are they kowtowing to the Republicans? Because they're afraid of accepting responsibility for, resisting Republicans. I'm literally CIA. I can't do anything but fed posts. Sag. You should do an interview with Tim Walz. You know what? I'll reach out to him on on Instagram, on Blue Sky. I'll do it right now. Okay, you all can see it and then like it and support it. All right. All right. Tim Walz. Gov- Wait, maybe not the governor account. Does he have a personal account? Tim Walz. Oh no, that's Tim Walz parody. Okay, Governor Tim Walz. I would like to formally invite uh you onto my show, Governor Walz. Um, let's see. Would love to talk about your unique uh, approach to reviving working class politics in the Democratic Party. Cool. Nailed it. Nailed it. Post. There you go. You guys keep asking me to invite these political figures onto the show. So there you go. Did it. Nailed it. Oh, wooga. How about sending an email to Tim Walz? I don't know what his email address is. I'm sorry. Should have added that you're a fellow Minnesotan. You guys can go and comment on that post and like, juice it up over on Blue Sky, okay? You can be like, "Ah, Jack's from Minnesota." You guys gas it up. Honestly, the one thing I can appreciate about the 2024 election is being introduced to Tim Walz. See, Cosmic Latte, I was talking about this earlier in stream. We did like a mini section at the beginning of stream to talk about Tim Walz. And my contention is that I think that Tim Walz has been isolated enough from the Kamala Harris campaign fallout and has enough of like the reporting going in his favor about how like, oh, he didn't, he was muzzled by like her campaign aides. I think that he actually is pretty isolated, and more people just recognize him now, and they're like, "Oh yeah, he's that guy that I actually liked, who was calling Republicans weird and talking about Medicare for all and like wanted to like support working class policies." I think he has a shot, and he has an in for with Ken Martin, who is the former Minnesota DNC chair. So I think he could do it. I think he could be our century's FDR. It's possible, especially because no one else in the Democratic like field is trying to position themselves in that kind of left-leaning pro-worker slot. You know, no one else is trying to do it. And he's a white man. It's true. That does help. That does help. Jess, I think this form is for like a request to come and like give a speech from what I'm seeing in the form rather than like interview. Yeah. I don't know. I'll scrounge around. Ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-ba-da-da-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da. I don't know why I have that song in my head. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Day waffle backers. I thought Gavin Newsom was going to be in the lead for the 2028 consideration for president, but I don't. I genuinely I don't know that you come back from this. Like I'm just gonna jump ahead here to a random part of this podcast.
Stock market, the bond.
Pro tip for chat. If you make a post and think to yourself, hey, is this a Fed post? You will be banned with no warning. Except for this one. Love your faces. BWA.
True. God. Yeah, Jess, I'm just looking through it, and it was like, what is the purpose? What is the nature of the request? Like a speaking engagement, event appearance, meeting, school visit, other. Length of remarks, 5 to 7 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, or keynote address. Like, I don't know. Like, I'll read around on the contact website, guys. Don't ask me to do this stuff right on stream. It's stressful, and I genuinely cannot navigate bureaucracy and do a show at the same time. But I will look into it. I genuinely, autistically cannot do this, and I can't handle this. Like, you guys are bumping up against like what my autism can handle in regards to navigating a completely new website, submitting forms, trying to make sure I have the right forms. I will have a meltdown if we continue on this. So let's drop it, and I'll do it off stream, because that I can do. I can't do the show and do this at the same time. Do I support Pete Buttigieg? I mean, if I have to, I guess I will, but like genuinely every time I think of Pete Buttigieg, what I think of is like that the company you
I
worked
had
at
an
was
idea
accused of
song
fixing
about
bread
BWA
prices.
in the style of YMCA.
Do it. Let's but we have to make it even gayer. Okay? If you do a BWA song in the style of YMCA, you got to make it gay as shit. Yeah, just anytime I think of Pete Buttigieg, I just think of...
Was that Gavin talking to who I think it was?
Yes, Gavin Newsom had Steve Bannon on his podcast. We might watch more than a bit of it in a bit. We have like the... I just want like the clip. Here we go. Dog, it even became a meme. That's crazy. Ah, here we go. Found it.
You have been on the front lines of corporate downsizing. You've been on the front lines of corporate price fixing. You've been on the front lines of our misadventures.
I'm sorry,
of our misadventures in foreign policy. You've had direct experience of many of the things that make a lot of young people very angry about the way that this country is operating right now. You don't seem to embody that anger.
So the proposition that I've been on the front lines of corporate price fixing is just to get that out of the way.
You worked for a company that was fixing bread prices.
Like, I like this fucking, like, I don't know who this guy is. I don't care, but this dead-eyed stare and that deadpan delivery, it is burned into my memory. You worked for a company that was fixing bread prices. And then the response.
No, I worked for a consulting company that had a client that may have been involved in fixing, or was apparently in a scandal. I was not aware of the Canadian bread pricing scandal until last night.
But do you feel the anger that many young people feel about the state of this?
Yeah, of course, because it destroyed my city. I grew up surrounded by crime.
Yeah. Anyway, the bread fixing scandal. Ignore that. Ignore that part.
7 months baby. BWA Energy.
Omega Star, thank you for being subscribed for 7 goddamn months. Let's go. Yeah, I don't like Pete Buttigieg. I don't fuck with these people who are kind of these mainstream Democrats that are trying to position themselves for a run, because like obviously Pete Buttigieg is just horny as shit to become president. But yeah. Yeah, he's the smartest boy in school, but he didn't know that was happening at the time at the evil consulting company McKinsey, you know, one of the most evil consulting companies on the planet. Ugh, God. Pete just seems off. I think what's weird about Pete is that he went from being a small town mayor to being a national figure for seemingly no reason at all, you know? Like what the hell had he
Using
done?
my monthly sub expiring as an opportunity to broadcast that the final story monster in Monster Hunter Wilds is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah? I do love me monsters. Did I say horny as shit? Yeah, he's horny as shit to be president. I'm Canadian and I eat bread. I'm bound to have opinions. Pete Buttigieg is the establishment. I think he's like a really good bellwether for where establishment Dems are, yeah. Yeah, like Gamer G, like all these guys are like these weird like micromanaging freaks, you know? But Jack, I want to have high hopes. Oh God. No, don't bring me back there. Don't bring me back to that. I think Pete Buttigieg is like, I don't know, use him as an attack dog. You know, like I don't think he should be in charge of anything, but like he's fine to throw him on TV, I guess. You know? Who's the leader of the Dems? I mean, depending on how you look at it, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Ken Martin. Gotta have high hopes in the kitchen. I do not understand why I cannot have the chicken. Too many syllables there. Need to bring down the syllable count. It's not Fall Out Boy. It's like I forget who it is. Gotta have high hopes in the kitchen. Do not understand why I cannot have the chicken. I feel like I read it right. Panic. Panic Attack the Disco. Okay. I don't know how that song works. um Yeah, honestly, Pete was fine as like transport secretary. Like I don't know, give him a bit more time to cook on that, I guess. Okay.
Pete should be the Everser assassin like in Warhammer 40k.
Yes, 100% nailed it. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. All right.
Young Tran, there's no need to feel down. I said young Tran. Just cause the prez is a clown. I said young Tran. No, we're not backing down. There's no need to be unhappy.
Young Tran, there is no need to feel down. I said young Tran. Just cause the prez is a clown. I said young Tran. No, we're not backing down. There is no need to be
The
unhappy.
mailbox for Georgia Senators' D.C. offices are full. Yes, for both of them. That is encouraging.
That's wonderful. Give him a call tomorrow. BWA.
Young Tran, there's a place you can go. I said young Tran, a chat where memes flow. Stay there and I'm sure you will find. We're all on our social justice grind. It's fun to support Jack with the BWA. 90% of the chat is GAAI. The riverboat has all the LGBT support. And socialism is our only port.
I love Paladin Lost being able to pull this out of his ass in like, I don't know, like 5 minutes. Like we gave him 5 minutes to cook.
It's fun to support Jack with the BWA. We have a very knifey duck A. And a very hot dame, who knows her video games. And the mods ban the chud lames.
Oh my god. I'm assuming is more good than bad to call senators and Schumer daily. It's more good. It's more good. We have like 24 hours, guys. Okay? We have like 24 hours. More calls is better. Okay?
The problem with Peter Meme's bourgeoisie, Pete Buttigieg, is that he always stops right before offering the prescriptive solution his descriptive narrative makes.
Yeah, exactly. Like he brings people right up to the edge, but he's too cowardly to actually, I regret my phrasing as I got deeper into that comment. I'm not, goofs have been goofed here today. Just gonna casually back away from that one. Abort. I'm just glad I caught it before it slipped out of my mouth, all right?
He also totally looks like a rat, face-wise.
Yeah, he does have a rat face. That's just a true and undeniable fact. I will say, I didn't really expect him to like look better with facial hair, but he does. Yeah, he should wear that a little bit more grizzled stubble on his face. He's doing good. Are you gonna keep this stream up and upload it after it's done? All of my VODs upload after they're done. So you can watch literally any of my VODs on my channel anytime under the live section. But I will be cutting and uploading the segment that we talked about at the beginning of stream about this calling about Cloture. I'll be putting that part on the YouTube as its own segment as soon as stream is over.
There are no negative consequences for simply contacting your representatives through official channels. Do it more. Do it always. We literally employ them.
Spaghetti snakes is 100% correct. And thank you for the tier 1 sub, because you should just be calling them. Like their staffers should know who you are by the time we get through the next 4 years, all right? You should be like a name whispered with reverence and fear in your senators and representatives' office, okay? Make yourself known and make yourself the biggest possible pain in the ass so that they just capitulate before you even have to irritate them about it.
Pete needs to keep the beard. Rafael Cruz needs to lose the merkin, although admittedly he looks like Grandpa Munster without it.
Yeah, remember that brief period of time where we had the luxury to like dedicate an entire segment to people thinking that Ted Cruz was hot with a beard? Do you guys remember that horrible moment in stream history? Because I remember. AP Harris, I'm only able to do it thanks to generous folks supporting stream and making this like a viable thing for me to do. I could not do it without you guys, and I'm so thankful that you guys spend time watching my stream, because it is I think this stuff is important, guys. Like I just think it's really fucking important, and not enough people are talking about it. And yeah, call your senators. That's gonna be like the call to action for like all of stream. Call your senators. Call them tomorrow. Tomorrow is kind of like do or die. They have floated this idea of fucking all of us over, and now you need to tell them, hey, we see through your bullshit, Chuck Schumer. We see through your bullshit. And we will not sit idly by. All right? Make sure that continuing resolution dies, and that our like we don't have the we want to shut the government down. I'm tripping over my words. I'm so worked up. Do we need to wait till morning to call? Isaac H, best time to call now, and try again in the morning. Today it might still count as a call from like on the 12th. If you and calling tomorrow is also good. Call as much as you possibly can. Most Americans will sit idly by. I don't want to hear it unless you're doing your part to get other people to call to. I don't want to hear that doomer shit. I want to hear everyone in this community go, hey, we're doing the thing. We're going to get as many people as we can to do the thing, because it is only in solidarity when we work with each other that we accomplish greater goals. Okay? And not only that, folks, but I want to talk a little bit about a really great Substack here by Don Moynihan. And I've talked about Don before on the stream. And I think that this is actually a really fascinating comparison that I haven't heard people talk about as much. But Trump and Musk are building a new spoils system. Now, if the term spoils system doesn't mean anything to you, that is largely a failure of American education. Essentially, until we had the Pendleton Act in like the 1880s, how American elections would work is essentially, the incoming administration could basically just give every government job to anyone. And usually it was called the spoils system because usually those jobs would go to loyalists. And what we're seeing here is a regression to the spoils system. And I think that makes these current times make way more sense. Because essentially, folks, what we're seeing as the Elon Musk, Donald Trump you know, slow rolling fascist coup continues to roll out, is that they are cutting these government jobs. They are cutting the government quite badly, but they are also exchanging favors with people who are willing to be loyal to them. And that is almost explicitly from that era of American history where, um, cronyism, corruption, backroom bargains, smoke-filled rooms was kind of like the name of the game when it came to politics. And it's it's interesting, right? One thing that we need to keep in mind about this is that, well, the only reason it changed was because people got involved and they started caring about, like, politicians not being corrupt. They started bucking against this trend of robber barons essentially purchasing politicians to weigh the system down against them. And so, in a way, it's kind of heartening to view our current times through that lens because we have dug ourselves out of this rut before. And we are in a considerably better position to do that right now than our forefathers were, 150 years ago. We have more power, we have more influence, and we have more ability now to organize than ever before. And that is good because it means that we are not really in as bad of a spot as we might imagine. These waters are charted rather than uncharted, and we are better equipped now than we were back in the day. So yeah, we have internet. We're organizing right now, folks. Like I look out at all of you. We have like what like let's take a look. Let's crunch the numbers real quick. We have we have over 400 people watching right now. Like a pretty decently sized auditorium full of people. And you guys come from all corners of the globe, all corners of America, and that is beautiful. And so we need to leverage this to educate our different communities, the different people we talk with on a day-to-day basis, the different people who actually give a shit, the different people who are actually affected by these changes. I think that I think that people, how do I put this? In a way, this is a way to radicalize folks to better politics, to wake them up to our current political climate and to understand what is happening and who is pulling the strings behind what is happening, to understand that these large multinational corporations worth billions if not trillions of dollars are coming in to buy our politicians, and by buying those politicians we are now seeing the dismantling of the very mechanisms of our democracy, and we are seeing blatant pay for play. It is impossible to hide behind our systems plausible deniability any longer. Like, it is just blatant corruption. And the more people that wake up to that and the more demand for change that there is, the more that change is going to need to be accompanied by additional changes, because it will not be enough to return to what we had before. It will not be enough to return simply to a status quo that offers the richest among us the most and the poorest among us the least. We will need to turn to a system that is more equitable alongside a restoration of our democratic mechanisms. And I think that in that awakening, we can take some hope. It is going to be a couple dark years ahead, no matter how you slice it, folks. But I think that no matter how dark it gets, the organizing is going to continue. And the darker it gets, the more critical mass of organizing we need to do, the worse off these rich assholes are going to be, by the end of this. So organize in DSA, organize in your local Democrats to radicalize them, organize in your community to protest Tesla, organize in like your local university campuses against, for your free speech rights. Organize, organize, organize. That is the name of the game. Okay, folks?
A friendly word
Unionize
from
your
the paladin.
workplace.
Chuck Schumer is a rich old asterisk 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 asterisk. The person who answers the phone is a kid making low money. Please don't treat the latter the way you'd treat the former. Thanks.
That is a really good point, Paladin. Just to really emphasize, those staffers are generally underpaid workers. Please be kind to the people who answer the phone in these offices. They're just trying to get by, and they're trying to do their job. Okay? No point cursing out and cussing out and giving them all your righteous fury, because that needs to be towards the actual elected officials, not their staff. True, Zena Grells, the IWW guidebook and workbook to help unionize your workplace. Good resources for those who want to engage in the endeavor. Okay, folks? I've tried my DSA. Friendly Neighborhood Mexican. I'd recommend joining our Discord and reaching out to GamerG. GamerG is kind of our resident community expert on all things related to DSA, and she can help you figure out how to contact your DSA, and maybe we can help smooth that over and get you more plugged in, because that does sound very frustrating. Just left a message with AOC's office about Schumer's lie. I mean, we're worth a shot. I mean, like, AOC is in the House and Schumer's in the Senate, but like, you know what? Call your representatives. Calling your representatives is always worth it. Yeah, like, exactly, Brutus Magnuson. Like, if we come through on the other side of this, we need to like explicitly make lobbying illegal. You know, like, we need to be like, it's actually ultra super illegal, a new class of illegal we just invented. If you are doing white collar lobbying crimes, we're going to put you in prison. We're not going to slap you with a fine, you just go straight to jail. Whew. No wonder those staffers are so nice. They're working class like us. Oh yeah, of course. And many of them like may have politics that differ from your more radicalized or more aware politics, but like at the end of the day, they're working in those offices because they want to help and they want to make things better. You know, staffers tend to be great. AOC is doing the same thing Riverboat here is, but on Blue Sky. Ooh, let me check it out. Maybe she has additional insight here. Yeah, 13 hours ago, she wrote, "It should be clear to every Senate Democrat that any vote for cloture will be considered a vote for the bill. People aren't going to be tricked with procedural games. They know exactly what is going on. Defend Medicaid, vote no on cloture, no on bill." Yep, 10,000%. Also, I just need to update my earlier post because I remember I posted about Democrats actually doing something. Scratch that. They are they are lying to rat fuck us. Keep calling. And you know what? Let's get the Organize. I need to get that 5 calls link. There we go. Keep calling. Boom. Nailed it. Where did you post that? Blue Sky? Whew. Wait, I just popped in and I'm out of the loop. Are Dems caving to pressure to vote no or yes on the continuing resolution? Galeen, and you know, I appreciate you folks who are coming in and like you're like, wait, what a minute, what the hell is going on? Because it gives me a chance to explain for other people who came in and might not know what's going on as well. So to really summarize for you what the current state of play is regarding the continuing budget resolution in the Senate. Essentially, today Chuck Schumer went on the floor of the Senate and said, they aren't doing a bipartisan budget, extension. So, we're going to withhold our votes on cloture. And that got widely reported on social media, in the press, etc. And a lot of people are like, wow, they're actually doing something, myself included. And it turns out that instead, what they are trying to do is they're trying to push a 30-day continuing budget resolution in order to ostensibly have time to try and add amendments and, extend it, right? The issue being that apparently, according to reporting from Talking Points memo, that is being done as part of a backroom deal between Chuck Schumer and John Thune, the Republican Senate Majority Leader. And the agreement is basically that Democrats will give up that 60 vote cloture vote, the cloture vote, the requirement for the 60 vote majority, in exchange for a month of pretending to push amendments that Republicans are going to slap down. And at the end of that month, there will be no 60 vote necessity. And instead, as a bare 50 vote majority, Republicans can pass a budget, pass the 7-month continuing resolution, or just pass the budget straight up. So, it is a royal rat fuck. It is an effort deliberately aimed at myself and at every single one of you in order to be like, hey, we're fighting for you, tee-hee, but in actuality, they've already capitulated. It is so that they can put on a little song and dance number and try and make you forget that, they're screwing you over. They want to put you to sleep so that you think you've already won and that you don't need to keep calling them. So keep fucking calling. If you haven't called today, call and leave them a voicemail today. Call them right now. You can do it right now. It doesn't take very long. And call them tomorrow. And call them Friday morning as early as you can. All right, folks? Yeah, CF, if cloture passes, that is giving up the 60 votes, the 60 vote threshold. And instead, there is a 50 vote threshold. Okay? If your senators don't have voicemails, you're going to have to call them tomorrow. Sorry, folks. That was confusing. Can you outline a few bullets? Okay. To narrow it down as much as I possibly can, right now, there is a thing called cloture. It is essentially the vote to end debate on a given piece of legislation. That vote in the Senate requires 60 votes. Okay? That means currently 7 Democrats have to cross and vote alongside Republicans in order to meet that 60 vote threshold. Currently, Republicans do not have the votes to overcome that. And that would then be the opportunity for Democrats to basically say, we're not going to let you pass this budget that will give a blank check to Elon Musk and Donald Trump to basically continue gutting the federal government and ignore Congress. However, today Chuck Schumer said that they were gonna withhold their votes in order to get Republican support for a 1-month continuing resolution. So it would keep the government open for 1 month. The idea being that during that month, Democrats will introduce amendments to try and make a future continuing budget resolution better. However, those amendments would need Republicans to vote for them. And Republicans are not going to vote on those. They are not going to vote to amend their own budget proposal. So what happens at the end of that 1 month of temporary government funding is that Republicans do another vote, this time without the 60 vote threshold necessary. Instead, it goes down to 50. Okay? Republicans have 50 votes in the Senate. So effectively, what this deal is Chuck Schumer giving up the 60 vote threshold that currently gives Democrats bargaining power. And then it just cedes that to Republicans, and then Republicans do whatever the fuck they want to do with no possibility of stopping them. And after they pass that continuing resolution, essentially it will be, 7 months of Elon Musk not feeling bound to assign any of the funds as appropriated by Congress, and continuing to slash the government. Yeah, basically, when you call, you want them to vote no on cloture. You vote no on cloture, and you want them to shut the government down. No 30-day extension. And T. Pritchett, I love to see folks posting that they made their calls. The call took all but 2 minutes. It does not take long to make your calls, folks. Doesn't take long to make your calls.
There's no sign that Thune, Trump are going to pause the 9-month CR by 30 days. They may just be giving the Dems an up and down vote on a 1-month CR, vote it down, then go right to 9-month CR.
Yeah, honestly, it could be that too. Like, either way, both party leaderships are trying to rat fuck us. But if Democrats can successfully hold the line here, the government goes into shutdown, and eventually that will force Republicans to come to the table. And that's the only way this happens. That is the only way anything good comes out of this political situation and out of leveraging the one place we have democratic power. Okay? Yes, CF 3300. The government shutting down is now the best case scenario. That is how fucked everything has become. But understand that Elon Musk is already shutting down the government. It's just that Elon Musk and Donald Trump have way more tools at their disposal while the government is open to continue slashing and burning the government. Doug Bleach, I want constructive attitude. I want a constructive attitude. If you're just here to shit on any kind of action that might improve things, this isn't the community for you. If we actually close it down, it makes it a lot harder for them. Yep. A government shutdown does not stop Social Security. or other mandatory spending programs. Doesn't stop anything like that. Doesn't stop Medicaid, etc. Doug Bleach, okay. Present the better idea. The best case would be Republicans passing a budget that would not allow Doge to block spending, but I don't know if that could pass. But that's what we're asking for. That is what we are demanding. Yes. There needs to be guardrails that protect Article 1 of the Constitution in any budget that does wind up passing. Anything that doesn't have that is just a blank check. It is just something that Donald Trump and Elon Musk will dive into like a slush fund. That's it. Nala, that sounds not useful at all. No. Third party based on a single issue to remove Dems and Republicans from leadership. Yeah, that is it is incredibly fucking rich that you are sitting in my chat complaining about ineffective action, and your suggestion is let's just form a completely new third party. Like, I gotta be honest with you, that is so useless, I'm actually banning you from this chat. Like, I'm sorry, that is some baby-brained horse shit right there. Friendly Neighborhood Mexican, thank you for the tier 1 sub, I very much appreciate that. Yeah, let's form a third party that will surely rise to national prominence in the next 2 years with no funding whatsoever. Yeah. Uh-huh. Exert pressure on your elected officials now, because also, like, we're talking about something that is 2 days away, guys. We're talking about an event that is, like, it happens early on Friday, guys. That's when this is all going down. You're not getting a third party off the ground and to national prominence to exert political pressure in 2 fucking days. Less than 2 days. A day and a half. You're not doing that. Don't be fucking baby brained, okay? Even the Tea Party took 3 to 4 years to become a force that changed the GOP. Yeah, exactly. You know, part of my shift after the 2024 election was telling you all, hey, you need to get involved with your local Dems now, because if we get involved in our local Dems and start radicalizing our local Democratic politics now, that means in like 2 to 4 years, we can actually start influencing outcomes. We can actually start doing shit. Like that's why I keep telling you guys, get involved in your local Democratic politics. So 4 years from now, people aren't just bitching and moaning.
Crank out these phone calls? I don't know, Ghost.
True, one-eyed heathen. Thank you for the $5 dono. And you know what? I couldn't agree more. What's that? I hear a ooh, ooh, oh, oh, oh approaching.
I hereby cast a spell of warning to protect the chat, and a second spell to summon the dono ghost.
Everyone loves a Jazz Dog song.
Left a message for Klobuchar.
Aw, hell
Smith's
yeah!
mailbox is full. Ready to call tomorrow.
Jazz Dog? Someone someone in YouTube chat just said that this is the theme that plays when you fight Riverboat Jack and Undertale, and I feel like that would mean a lot to you hearing that comment. Thank you, Kaylee Murphy, for the $5 super chat. And also, thank you for applying more pressure to Amy Klobuchar. Amy is one of those, bipartisan, hacks in the Senate. So, I'm glad people are putting more pressure on her.
The only thing more effective would be to claim that this new third party is the official party of the left, sponsored by Polymarket.
You're right. I think it's time. It's time for the rise of more political gambling as a third party.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
Apparently Cenk Uygur just disappeared from the TYT studio. Just straight up went to Europe suddenly unannounced for 3 weeks. So I take it things are going well over there. Goddamn. Nah, my guess is he's running to find investors. That's my guess.
Please look up Duverger's law, y'all.
Okay. Duverger's law holds that plurality rule elections, such as first past the post, structured with single-member districts, tend to favor a two-party system. It's true, Comrade Girl. Thank you so goddamn much. Because, frankly, not enough people really get it. We need to change how voting happens in this country. We need to have, at the very least, ranked choice voting or star voting or some other kind of voting system for us to have viable third parties, at least mathematically long-term viable third parties. But more than that, again, it's not enough to say we should do a third party. Okay, are you doing a third party right now? No. Well, then fuck off. Do something. I don't have time for people who sit around wishing for things to be different and then doing nothing about it and then complaining every 4 years. You know? Like I don't have time for that shit. It's hollow as fuck. You literally get more out of masturbating. Like goddamn.
Not to dare myself, but I remember the precursor to CBP and ICE, the INS. It seemed to work just fine for decades.
Yeah, you know, I think maybe you know there are a lot of there are a lot of government agencies that worked just fine for decades, and then we diversified for racism reasons. Oh, I just realized I only have top chat on. I've only been seeing the top chatters. Now I get to see all the tops and the bottoms in chat on YouTube. Nailed it. Trump will fix this. Spotted, are you injured? Did you suffer like a like you were on the working on the rail line and suffered like a rail spike through part of your brain? Is that what happened? Are you okay? Boy howdy, I opened up the bottom chat and suddenly, damn, we found some shit. Jenk jetted to Europe to make a documentary about the mythical Malmo no-go zones. Finally, the long-awaited follow-up to Tim Pool. Yeah, we got a Phineas Gage situation going on. That's why you're crying every day? Bitch, you don't know what my eyes are doing. You know, it is pretty rich though that you're like Trump will fix this. My brother in Christ, you know he's fucking you right now, right? Like you're looking at a picture of someone else being fucked as his penis enters and exits you, and you're like, Trump will certainly fix this. This is the guy who will stop fucking us.
Jack says she is just now opening up bottom chat, but that clearly cannot be true since she responded to me earlier. 3.
Me every day, Peepo Hansing. It's true. Very knifey duck, thank you for the $5 dono. Canadian Brunch, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciate you and your support. What penis? Ha ha ha! You aren't tricking me into a long speech about the lack of Trump's sexual organs. You're not tricking me into that again, YouTube chat. The phantom penis. Again? Look, this is a very serious political stream. If I look, guys, if I can't laugh about penises sometimes here on this show, like, are we even really doing a Riverboat Jack stream? My parents got money, so I get to chill and have fun. Bro, there is no amount of money your parents have where what Donald Trump is doing is not going to affect you. Like I'm sorry to tell you. If you think you're doing all right and your parents aren't going to be affected by this and you aren't going to be affected by this and people you care about aren't going to be affected by this, do you want to buy a bridge? I own a bridge. For the low price of $2,000, I will sell you a bridge. You just have to donate it in YouTube chat. Just put $2,000 and you will see a 10,000% return month after month on that bridge investment. Okay? Why would I care about anyone else than myself? Do you like walking down the street and not seeing people dying in the gutter? Do you like when you can like go and get basic goods and services without worrying about being knifed to death for, you know, the shirt on your back? Do you like, you know, living in a place relatively free from crime? Do you like that? Cuz like those things are about to go away, my guy. Do you like not drinking shit water? Do you like living in a modern society where people aren't dying of dysentery? Because Gotta tell you, the Trump administration just gutted the EPA, and the Supreme Court just voted to allow people to put more raw sewage in your drinking water. Do you like not being mercury poisoned by the meat you eat? Do you like not getting food-borne illnesses and like mad cow disease from your beef? Guess what? They're gutting the EPA. The org that and the USDA, the orgs that make sure you aren't going to have mercury poisoning in your tuna. The guys who make sure you aren't going to get prions replicating in your brain until you're nothing more than a gibbering pile of flesh. Do you want to die of cholera? Because this is how you die of cholera. I encourage you to look at history and read about incidents like the Broad Street pump. Okay? You want to know what happened to kill England, people in England, time and time again in the richest city in their country? It was fucking cholera. It was the sewage in their drinking water. It's crazy. Why should I care about other people? Like, even if you didn't care about other people, I don't know, maybe you should care that, like, the beef you eat isn't gonna, like, eat your brain. I encourage you to look up mad cow disease if you don't know what I'm talking about. Prions are literally one of the, it's literally one of, like, the worst possible ways to die. Here, can we,
In May 1995, 19-year-old Stephen Churchill of Wiltshire, England, a previously healthy young man, began exhibiting signs of dementia. His symptoms included poor memory, loss of motor functions, and the onset of severe depression. He transitioned from a healthy young man to a confused wheelchair-bound nursing home patient in a matter of weeks. Sadly, just 6 months after the appearance of his symptoms, he succumbed to the effects of aggressive neurological degeneration.
Yeah, in case you're wondering, like, oh, what? Yeah, you know, like, in movies when there are, like, zombies wandering around, like, eating brains and shit? Prions basically do that to your brain, but for real. And there is really no cure whatsoever.
Churchill was one of many victims of a new variant of bovine spongiform encephalopathy, or BSE, also known as mad cow disease. Mad cow disease causes the degeneration of neurons in the brains of cattle and more recently humans. In the mid-1990s, the UK experienced a significant outbreak of bovine spongiform encephalopathy. This triggered widespread hysteria, concerns about the meat industry, and a severe loss of trust in the UK government.
They literally had to construct mass burn pits for cows in order to stop the spread of this illness. And, you know, every single conservative, by the way, who is like, oh, well, you know, like, oh, why should I care? Why should I care? It's not going to affect me. I'm rich. I bet you still eat burgers, though. Bet you still eat steaks, because you ain't no soy boy, am I right? You on that all-meat Jordan Peterson diet, aren't you? You've been looking through your TikTok, considering going on a raw meat diet. 'Cause you're a moron.
Due to its inadequate and delayed response. What's most interesting about this outbreak is that it was not caused by a bacteria or a virus, but rather a specific type of protein called a prion. In this video, we'll see how this simple protein caused an international outbreak. Speaking of unprecedented, my writing has really improved.
Nope. You're not, there we go.
Behaves and what it does. For example, to work as an enzyme, a protein folds into a shape that produces a pocket, where a molecule can fit in and be catalyzed. Due to a very rare genetic mutation,
Man, I love how that guy came in said some wild shit and got blown the fuck out of the water, and now we're all
I
learning
can't
about
give blood in the
prions.
United States just because I was living in Ireland during this period of time.
Really? I had no idea that those protections were still in place. Thank you for the $10 dono and for the education on that.
Called Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, proteins misfold at higher rates than usual. When a protein is misfolded and can't unfold, it's called a prion. If a prion encounters another protein, it will disrupt its structure and misfold it, converting it into a prion.
Yeah, so if you've understood this basic premise of what a prion is and does, guys, it just refolds all of your proteins wrong, and there's no way to stop it. So once you get these in your body, if they begin to proliferate, the proteins in your body, and in particular in your brain, literally get unfolded. The things that make your brain work start getting turned into, other just zombies essentially. Like they turn into these malformed proteins and then go and malform all of the other proteins. It literally is unmaking your brain. Stuff like this goes on the rise when we deregulate things like food safety and environmental safety. Hey, do you like having children that aren't poisoned by lead? Guess what? They're undoing those protections too. And you might be like, well, I'm rich. I live in the good side of town, and I would never have my house painted with lead paint. Guess what, assholes? They used to put lead in your gasoline. You want to know why they stopped? Because of the regulations currently being undone. And the lead in your gasoline went into the atmosphere. And if you were alive during that time period, you were breathing fucking lead. Why should you care? I don't know. Maybe you should care about not poisoning yourself with lead. Just different ideas. Oh, Rennie. Oh, Rennie, they're gutting the EPA. This is literally a news story from today. EPA declares greatest day of deregulation our nation has seen. It's bad. In a barrage of pronouncements on Wednesday, the Trump administration said it would repeal dozens of the nation's most significant environmental regulations, including limits on pollution from tailpipes and smokestacks, protections for wetlands, and the legal basis that allows it to regulate the greenhouse gases that are heating the planet. Oh, but why should I care? I don't care about the poisonous gases being emitted from every engine that propels people on Earth. Oh, why should I care? It's not like we all live in the same atmosphere. I'm built different. I'm rich, so nothing will affect me. Yeah. I'm sure you live alone on your space station, you fuck. God. Mr. Zeldin said the EPA would unwind more than 24 protections against air and water pollution. It would overturn limits on soot from smokestacks. You all know how like people of all classes love breathing in soot. Who doesn't love going outside in the morning and breathing in a whole lungful of tar? It builds character. You know? Let's see. Other protections he was going to overturn, or said he would overturn, would be restrictions on the emissions of mercury. You know, the thing that poisons your brain? That mercury. They can dump more of that in the water if they want to. Or it would also get rid of the good neighbor rule that requires states to address their own pollution when it's carried by winds into neighboring states. Hey, you know what? Does your state have good protections against people legally dumping toxins into the environment? Too fucking bad, because the states around your state are gonna poison you anyway. Also, just a fun little excerpt here that I'm going to throw up on screen. In addition, when the agency creates environmental policy, it will no longer consider the costs to society from wildfires, droughts, storms, and other disasters that might be made worse by pollution connected to that policy. So the Environmental Protection Agency isn't going to take into account any of the natural disasters that might be created by the waste. Yeah, we're speed running back to acid rain. You guys remember? I'm a bit older, so I do remember growing up and hearing about acid rain. I've never experienced it. We're bringing it back, baby. Speed run the acid rain tech. Let's go. It's wild, man. Are you calling me an obese man wearing a wig? Like, damn. Imagine having that flaccid of a penis. Couldn't be me. Get the fuck out of here with your transphobia. Who the fuck did that? We might need some mods over in YouTube chat. People are being fucking small dicked losers over there. Didn't Prince write a song about acid rain? Yeah, it was called Purple Rain. Very, very popular. It's sad because your hair is too beautiful to be real. True. Also, like, man, imagine complaining about a girl with fat tits describing politics to you. Imagine being that much of a loser, you know? It's crazy. Your energy is giving testosterone vibes. Your energy is giving, like, disappointment to every single person who's ever loved you vibes. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs!
Most of this won't affect me, but when my sink breaks, the plumber who can fix it but isn't able to because of cancer gets heavily affected.
True! Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Jack going in hard. Only way I know how to go in, baby. What the fuck is testosterone vibes? Who can even say? You know, like, genuinely, who can even say? These people wouldn't know testosterone if it entered their veins, you know? They wouldn't recognize it. They'd be like, what's this weird feeling? What is this? Am I growing muscle tone? It's for the first time in my life. What the fuck is wrong with people? Transphobia breaks brains. I literally did a video about it over on my YouTube channel. You guys can check that out. I had a man accuse me of penis envy once. What the hell? What is wrong with men? It's true. What is wrong with men? Longtime lurker just chiming in to say you're beautiful. Thank you. Honestly, I do think that a lot of these people who come in here to be transphobic against me are just bottoms. You know? They're bottoms. They're trying to present their assholes and they get off on being railed against. Pun intended. Let's see. Bottom implies they have sex. I mean, you know, whatever. Like, you know, they go into their, like, I don't know, pedophile chat rooms or whatever. I'm sure they think about it. Let's see. I like to pretend I've never had sex. Why? Why would you do that? Transphobia is a social prion? You're right. We need to finish the prion video. We need to see the what is happening in real time to the brains of transphobes.
This newly made prion goes on to convert other proteins into prions, resulting in a self-replicating cycle. Misfolded proteins tend to aggregate into groups called amyloid plaques, which can appear anywhere in the body, such as the skin, joints, heart, kidneys, and liver. The buildup of amyloid plaques causes swelling and inflammation. Swelling and inflammation are generally not life-threatening, unless it occurs in the brain. If amyloid plaques accumulate in the brain, they cluster around neurons and cause inflammation. As you can see in this microscopic image of neurons covered with amyloid plaques, the areas in red are amyloid plaques, which tend to be very sticky and accumulate onto neuronal cells. These plaques then induce inflammation directly on the neurons and brain tissue. This damages brain tissue, producing holes in the brain itself, creating a sponge-like appearance, owing to the name of spongiform encephalopathy.
Much like the brain of a transphobe, completely unable to take in new information and come to, conclusions based on said new information. Instead, they continue doubling down as the cavities within their brain grow larger by the day, and it's truly a sad and ultimately fatal disease.
This inflammatory tissue damage disrupts neuronal signaling, resulting in deficiencies in cognition, memory, and motor functions. Due to the neurological damage, prion infections in the brain are 100% fatal and cannot be treated. As soon as symptoms manifest, damage is extensive, and mortality occurs in less than a year. Fortunately, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease is very, very rare. Though it's genetic, it can be transmitted by person to person, but only by eating the tissue of the infected person. Yes, you heard that right. Human prions are only transferred through cannibalism. This is a good reason why it's looked down upon to eat people. This is also how mad cow disease was initially spread. Cows that were predisposed to prions were slaughtered. Some of the infected meat was added to cow feed, known as MGM, or meat and bone meal. MGM cow feed was given to cattle and was a common practice in the industry at the time. Cows fed with contaminated feed ingested cattle meat containing prions, leading to infection. Subsequently, infected cows were processed for meat and some was added to cow feed once again. This cyclic process perpetuated the spread of prions. Eventually, tainted meat reached...
Yeah, CF, it is not incorrect to understand this as like kind of a zombie-like infection.
Supermarkets, where fatal spongiform encephalopathy was spread to consumers. If you're wondering why prions were not destroyed by cooking or stomach acids, it's because the prion protein structure is remarkably stable. When prion proteins fold, they move sheets of amino acids together in a stacked arrangement, so there is maximum hydrogen bonding. Hydrogen bonds are notoriously strong, and renders prions impervious to conventional cooking temperatures, gastric acids, and even protease enzymes. No matter how the beef was cooked or sterilized, it could not be made safe for consumption.
Almost like we need regulations to make sure we don't get fatal brain diseases from our meat. It's crazy. Like, we might need that. Who knows?
To effectively address outbreaks of mad cow disease, infected cattle must be promptly
Propane
isolated
Priestess.
and safely disposed of. Cattle in close proximity to the affected areas must undergo
Hey,
thorough testing
Trainer,
for
thank you for
infection.
gifting us up
Failure
cute
to
dark
enforce
arts.
these crucial measures led to the most significant food contamination outbreak in UK history, ultimately culminating in the notorious mad cow disease outbreak. The origins of the outbreak can be traced to a cattle farm in Sussex, England in December.
Okay, I feel like we don't really need the we don't really need the day-to-day activities of what happened in England. but
In
here we
beef
go.
consumption across the UK. Europe, the US, and Canada imposed a ban on all imports of UK meat. The UK government itself implemented a sweeping prohibition on all beef sales for a period of 30 months.
Now you might think, "Oh, Jack, why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about this?" Well, frankly, it's because when we talk about the deregulation in America, when we talk about that, you need to understand currently there is also a lot of deregulation in our meat industry, right? Like, what they are trying to do here with 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 cows in particular, we've seen a rise in avian flu in cows. And the reason for that, guys, why is it just in America we see that rise in avian flu in cows? It's because we feed literal chicken shit to the cows. You know, it may not be a prion-based disease, but it's a very similar principle in that the feed we are providing to livestock is, in fact, infecting the livestock, and then, in turn, can infect us. And getting rid of these regulations just makes a mass outbreak of something that can very easily kill us more and more likely, you know? That's the name of the game for these folks. Is lab-grown meat the future? I hope so. I think it's overall like a way more ethical way of eating meat. And probably much easier to scale up with much fewer like environmental negative externalities associated with it. So like, yeah. Impossible and Beyond Meat are very good plant-based foods. I do agree that I think Impossible burgers. I like the Impossible burger the best. That being said, like I have no problem with lab-grown meat either. You know, we don't need meat at all. Agreed, but like I think people will always eat meat, and I think lab-grown meat is a perfectly fine and efficient alternative to slaughtering animals. Let's see. What if we eat the rich though? I don't want to catch their diseases. They be dealing with gout and shit. Let's see. I have Beyond Steak Tips 3 days in a row. It's a new obsession. Oh, I didn't know they made steak tips. That sounds good. Yeah, lab-grown meat also won't have brain-eating diseases. A very big upside, I would think. I think eating meat is fine. It's industrial agriculture that's the main problem. I would be fine with industrial agriculture when it comes to lab-grown meat. I think the possible negative ramifications there are much lower. We aren't talking about like just torturing living animals or whatever. I'm generally anti-torture. One can maybe quote me on that. Riverboat Jack, generally anti-torture. Yeah, exactly, Forlorn. I think most people, given the choice between like meat from an animal that was killed versus lab grown meat, I think would choose the lab grown meat. Like if all parts being equal, plus you can lab grow like the finest cut of the meat, you know? Um it just makes sense to me, you know? What if we tickle our enemies? I don't know why you asked me that. Man, I love my chat. Like just reading through chat, some of you are like, "Is it ethical to eat humans?" Other people are having like Warhammer 40K discussions about how actually the corpses, you don't eat the corpses in Warhammer 40K, you feed them to worms first. So that makes it a lot better. Like it's I love you guys. Us vegetarians still taking dubs? Yeah, I have nothing against vegetarianism or veganism for that matter. Oh, Aiden the Human Miller, they they're already freaking out about lab grown meat. There are a couple states, I think Florida is one of them, where they've straight up banned lab grown meat from this state. Um so yeah, no, they are already actively freaking out about lab grown meat. God, some of you guys are so like internet innocent. Like my god, if you need to know what a gape is, it's when someone stretches their asshole wide enough to have a fist put into it. Like y'all are just like, oh, what could it possibly be? Like that's what it is. Like if you're confused about it, like I don't know, you haven't been on the internet long enough.
I'm happy to report that I'm running up against full mailboxes.
Hell yeah, one-eyed heathen. That's what I like. Um, I've been trying a new product called Soylent Green. It's tasty. Use production code ITHUMASANS. It's humans for a 20% discount off your first shipping order of Soylent Green. Just a fist? Yeah, for starters. You're welcome, Neon Carpet. Never say I don't teach you guys anything new. Never say you come to a Riverboat Jack stream and you don't learn you don't learn about this, okay? Oh man. Imagine being like this obsessed with putting like fists in asses. Ugh. You're going places, kid. You're going places. And by that I mean to some very interesting parties in New York. Oh god. Well, you need a smaller toy to start with. Yes, true. You need a smaller toy to start with. That's absolutely true. You should not just skip straight to fisting. Okay, but like I know that there are people who put things larger than a fist in their butts, and like, if you're into gaping, you start you work your way up to a fist, and then like you work towards other things, I guess. It's not my thing, but like I know how it works. Uh oh, Jess, don't look up Goatsy. Don't Google it, and just like you don't want to know. Actually, I'm gonna tell you guys because invariably there are gonna be some of you who are like, I didn't know what it meant, so I Googled it. Goatsy is a very famous viral video from the early internet about a guy who shoved a glass bottle up his ass, and then his ass shattered the glass bottle. That's it's a 4chan type thing. Okay, too late. I Googled it. Well, don't they? I tried to explain it to you. That's one man, one jar. Oh, is Goatsy the other one? Oh, damn. I got Goatsy confused with one man, one jar. I'm sorry. Yeah, guy opens ass to show everyone that. Yep. 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 Never confuse the two. I don't know. To me, they just blend together. It's just gross butt stuff that I don't want to watch. Like if you want to watch it, like whatever. Also, as long as we're talking about things not to put up your butt, as long as we're talking about that, really really worth pointing out this that don't put eels up your ass. Man sticks 2-foot eel up his butt, gets surgery after eel chews through his intestines. So, just to be clear about this guy caught a 2-foot long eel and shoved it into his ass, head first, and it just wiggled into him and chewed through his abdominal cavity and started like wriggling around in his intestines. And yeah. On top of that, he cut a lemon in half and shoved that into his ass as well to trap the eel inside his ass. So eventually he went to the doctor and had to have it surgically removed along with the lemon. But let this be a lesson. Don't do that. And if you simply must play with your butt, remember the rule. Always have some flanged edges on whatever you put in there so you can get it out. So it doesn't just slip in there and give you a trip to the emergency room, folks. Be safe with your butt. Doc, my ass hurts. Well, have you heard about this new show in town? There's a very famous clown named Pagliacci. But, doctor, I am Pagliacci, the clown who shoves eels up his ass. Vacuum sealed. God. Also, it's animal cruelty. Yeah, but I think if you're already at the point of considering whether or not you're going to put an eel up your ass, I don't think the argument of animal cruelty is going to sway you that much. Trains of bullshit. I do not want to click that link. I'm not. I'm drawing a line. I'm not clicking the trout sex video link. That's my that's my line. That's my line. Clap, cap. Oh God. I refuse. I refuse to read this. I read this headline. Woman in court over viral trout sex video. A woman has faced court after a video allegedly involving her and a live brown trout went viral around the world for all the wrong reasons. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Former 911 dispatcher here, PSA, flood light bulbs and Barbie dolls do not belong in your butthole. Also, don't try to make up a story. Dispatch and EMTs are not idiots. Well, number one, thank you for your very necessary service. And number two, why the fuck you putting Barbie dolls up your ass? Why? Wait, like who looks at that and is like, you know where that belongs? In my ass. Who does that? Like I can Okay, let me say something that's gonna maybe sound bad, but I can understand looking at a light bulb and saying, that thing looks vaguely fun to put in my ass. That being said, it's made out of
Hello
glass.
all.
It will
I
shatter.
just got back from D&D and jumped into here at Riverboat Jack say take care of your butt. I am wondering what I missed.
Oh, Polly has his cracker. It's been a winding road. I hope you had fun at D&D. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But yeah, don't put light bulbs in your butt. Don't put Barbie dolls in your butt. Go out and look. You're an adult. Go out and buy a goddamn sex toy. All right.
Emergency proctologist Barbie, now available.
she. Don't worry. We have a doctor on the inside. Fuck. Oh God. Why are we talking about weird sex acts? God, we were getting a hate raid over on YouTube, and instead of being upset about it, I'm laughing my fucking ass off. The doctor is in. Fuck. Oh God. Oh God. Yeah, it's not as fun to troll someone who's just having a good time with the shit you're trying to throw their way. Oh fuck. The doctor is in. If you're bored of conventional sex toys, there's also Bad Dragon, and there are some other things if you get more curious. But like, I don't know, like introductory like butt toy that is safe to use is gonna run you like, I don't know, $20. If you want to get a little bit fancier with it, might run you up to like $60. But like, I know you guys are buying games off of Steam at full price sometimes. Okay? I know some of you, all right, are doing that. If you can afford that, you can afford to not shatter a light bulb in your ass. Oh God.
People were hating, so here's money.
Oh God. Neon, thank you for the $5 super chat. Fuck. Whew. Wait, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet was $75? Why? What on earth? That game's on Switch. What are we doing? Ah, fuck. You know, I appreciate having some fun here, because we went from talking about how we're under existential threat from EPA
If I ever end up
deregulation
in the with a light bulb
to
in my
this.
*****, I'm just going to tell them I had a really crappy idea.
Yeah, and as we all know, when you have a really crappy idea, instead of the light bulb going off over your head, it goes off in your ass. Oh, fuck. Okay, we need to continue talking about things that are just too stupid for words. All right, are you guys ready? We got some of our sillies out. Time for us to go and talk about a new horror that is being unleashed because we live in the stupidest possible time. But before we get to that, we've been going for 3 hours, Chad. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, and like the YouTube stream, consider dropping those subs, donos, super chats, memberships, etc. Because, folks, this show is made possible thanks to viewers like you. Couldn't do it without you guys. Oh my! I'm not reading. You know, I got to the whole handle. Sorry, you're blue. I'm not reading the rest of that comment. I'm not doing it. You can't make me. Oh god. This segment is thanks to the haters. Yeah. I want to say thank you to all the haters and losers that got us talking about proper butt safety in regards to lewd acts. The more you know. Oh god. Are you guys ready? You guys ready to enter the fresh hell? God. Man, Rhizome really does have some of the best emotes on Twitch. I love them so much. The butt shaking one is 10 out of 10. God. Is an energy saving light bulb better or worse for the ass environment? Oh god. I appreciate you guys. Oh man. Let's go. I need to Here we go. So, folks, you might be thinking to yourself, we've hit the bottom of the barrel when it comes to bad things and frankly mind-bogglingly stupid things that the Trump administration might be up to. And you might think that you'd be wrong. Actually, it's it's getting worse by the day. All right. Earlier in the stream, we talked about how the EPA is doing things like deregulating soot from chimney stacks and deregulating car exhaust and deregulating greenhouse gas emissions and deregulating mercury in your water and food. And you might think, oh, well, okay, we've hit rock bottom. You know, things are bad. We talked about how the Supreme Court and the EPA are working together to allow more raw sewage to be dumped into local water supplies, your drinking water. So Republicans and the Supreme Court are to thank for the shit in your water. You might think that's the bottom of the barrel. We hit actual shit in the water. That's the bottom of the barrel, right? No, actually, we have to go deeper. Because you might have noticed in that string of things I just listed, the idea of deregulating greenhouse gas emissions. Now, you might be thinking, what? Wait a minute, why did Republicans want to deregulate greenhouse gas emissions? Don't they want the planet to survive too? Like, wouldn't that be in their best interest? And one might assume that would be the case, right? And some Republicans, to their credit, do want to preserve a planet for future generations. However, the Trump administration in particular is not interested in that to such a degree that the official line of the Trump administration is that man-made climate change isn't real. Now, you might be sitting there thinking like, what? They're just like coming in and saying like humans aren't impacting the environment, and yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And not only am I saying that, I'm also saying that they believe it is so not a thing that in fact every single scientist and organization that has claimed man-made climate change is real is actually in a gigantic fraud scheme. It is a global conspiracy of bad actors. And you might say to yourself, well, okay, so they might think that, but like what does that mean? Well, what it means is that the current head of the FBI is now moving to press charges against any climate change organization that has functioned in the United States. And you might say, Jack, clearly you're exaggerating for effect, and I'm here to tell you, no, actually, I'm not.
I just read this great book, Mary Poppins. Maybe you've heard of it. It had these great workers, called chimney sweeps. Why don't we bring those back? Trumped.
Great folks, chimney sweeps. Great folks. Good American jobs, folks. We need to bring back the chimney sweeps, make chimney sweeps great again. I walk around all day and I look up at the chimney tops and I say, oh my goodness, look at all of that soot coming out of those chimney tops. If only we had our good old chimney sweeps that I saw in Mary Poppins as a child growing up, folks. You know, I look around and I see there aren't any street urchins anymore, folks. What happened to all of the street urchins? Before, you could drive down the street in New York City and you'd see tons of orphans, you know, doing little odd jobs. And, you know, I think we should bring that industry back, folks. We should bring that industry back. More hardworking children on the street, please. Just teach them how to sweep and that'll take care of itself, folks. Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Anyway, the Trump administration is targeting climate organizations that received a Biden-era grant. So basically, if you have heard of the Biden administration working with a climate organization like, I don't know, I'm just going to throw one out there, Habitat for Humanity. They are now going to be charged by the FBI for fraud. This is honestly like the thing today that like broke me. You know, like I was broken too by Chuck Schumer backstabbing everyone and like trying to do like this continuing resolution bullshit. But this in particular, I'm just kind of like, oh, like we're like being run by the madhouse inmates now. Okay, cool. A Citibank revealed in a court filing Wednesday that it was told to freeze the group's bank accounts at the FBI's request. The reason? The FBI alleges that groups are involved in possible criminal violations, including conspiracy to defraud the United States. They are literally pausing all federal spending that has already been spent. It's already in a private account for these initiatives. And they are charging the groups that accepted Biden-era money and were paid during Biden's administration. They are charging them with a conspiracy against the United States. What's the argument? The argument is man-made climate change is a hoax. And therefore, all of these groups are defrauding the United States taxpayers out of money because man-made climate change isn't the thing, because these people are fucking crazy. That is the line of argumentation. It's bad argumentation, but that's like what they're arguing. They're basically going like half a step. If they went half a step further, they'd be arguing about flat Earth and how all the globe heads are in on a conspiracy against the United States by propagating this round Earth nonsense and getting government contracts for satellites that orbit the flat Earth while keeping it secret, keeping the flat Earth secret from everyone. It's literally like half a step away from that. It's honestly nonsense. But they use the money to fight climate change. They use the money to fight climate change, but you have to understand, the head of the FBI is the kind of guy who writes children's book propaganda about Donald Trump. He is a guy who firmly believes man-made climate change isn't real. And furthermore, he believes that organizations that say man-made climate change is real are doing it to defraud the US government. That's why he's charging them.
My mouth is simply agape at how dumb these people are. Definitely not the brightest bulbs in the drawer. BWA.
Very Daffy Duck, why? Oh, God. But, like, this is, like, these are pretty serious threats, folks. The FBI has told Citibank that recipients of EPA climate grants are being considered as potentially liable for fraud. That is, the Trump administration wants to criminalize work on climate science and impacts. An incoming administration not only cancels federal grants, but declares recipients as criminals. All of these grantees applied under government calls for environmental work were reviewed and accepted. Trump wants to jail them. You know, like, that. It's funny on the face of it, but understand, like, what the wider effect of this is. Right? The wider effect of this is that who on earth would want to accept government grants? Who would accept government grants under these circumstances if you can just be turned around and sued by the next administration for conspiracy, or charged with conspiracy, rather? You know? This has an overall chilling effect on the sciences. It dissuades people from getting involved in scientific inquiry and research. It actively puts us behind other countries that are facilitating research into climate change and the effects thereof. This is a complete and utter betrayal of the American public by billionaires as part of an ongoing power grab to enrich themselves. We need to keep that in mind. The reason they're deregulating all of these environmental regulations, the reason they are going after climate change activists, it's because they're in the money of big donors like oil barons. They're in the pocket of megacorps that want to be able to poison their customers more readily, and the communities in which their factories operate. You know, they want to do that so they can make more money. It's as simple as that. We are being betrayed by the wealthiest people in our society so they can get wealthier at our expense. So we have to keep organizing. You got to join your DSA. You got to join your local Dems and radicalize them. You got to join your Tesla takedown protests. You got to join your indivisible protests. If you are looking for a way to engage, you have to use !organize in my chats, and you will get a list of different organizations you can reach out to and work with and organize with safely and effectively. Okay? Is this why the Mars stuff? No, the Mars stuff is literally just Elon's version of like Peter Thiel's company city. Except that Musk wants to have a company planet. Where they can, all of these billionaires want like their own micronations or like, city states where they can be the God King. Elon Musk wants that. He just wants it on a planet. He wants to own the planet. It's the reason Peter Thiel is so interested in Greenland. He wants to set up his city state independent of all other laws and oversight there. It does go beyond money. These people are just power mad. They genuinely and deeply believe that they are the smartest boy in the room, and if they just ruled the way they saw fit, everyone would be better off. They think they're doing a public service because they're deluded. I think we should end capitalism. I agree. We should have like socialism or something, you know? They treat governing like a video game. Yeah, they play a little bit too much Hearts of Iron, and this is where it gets them, you know? But, like, understand all of these organizations that study climate change and, the effects of it, how to reverse it. They are helping the most vulnerable communities, often the poorest communities in the country, to weather and survive changing times and conditions. They are fighting for working class communities. And what happens when you shut down this research and shut down these programs is that those communities suffer first. If you remember the Appalachian mudslides and flooding, guess what, guys? We had researchers working on how to stop that from happening as often. We had researchers looking at ways to mitigate the effects of that flooding, that flooding that's going to become more common. How do we actually stop that from destroying these communities? That's the kind of research that gets done here, and that is what is being shut down by the FBI targeting groups that were already paid to do this research. The people most affected by this are not going to be Democrats who live in cities. It is going to be, frankly, if I can speak frankly, it's going to be rednecks. It's going to be working class folks in rural red districts. You are being fucked first by this. And like, if you manage to make it this far in my video, and I hope you do, like, understand, like, I want the best for people like you. I want your communities to survive and thrive. Donald Trump is literally trying to kill them. He is doing everything in his power to exacerbate the disasters that threaten you and yours. And when disaster does strike, he is going to abandon you. So mobilize and fight, and let's organize and protest these fuckers out of power, huh? That's all we can do. And call your senators. Call your senators and tell them to vote no on cloture and to shut down the US government until we can get guardrails and assurances that Elon Musk and Donald Trump will follow Article 1 of the Constitution, and the money appropriated by Congress will actually be spent as appropriated by Congress by the federal branch of government. Because right now, that is not happening. And if we give them a blank check, there is no telling how your taxpayer dollars are going to be used whatsoever. It bypasses the representational part of our democracy. And I believe in democracy. Do you? It's protecting wetlands. We already know this about flooding. It's about making it most efficient, not letting wetlands get paved over by suburban wastelands, which is why real estate developers love this. True! True, true, true! If you want to know how bad it could get, look up the city of Norilsk in Russia. Yeah, that place is fucked. Also, just want to say, Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Appreciate slowly turning, I appreciate the greenery slowly growing in YouTube chat. You know? Wonderful work. Yeah, CF, I would advise you not to use slurs in my chat. Yeah, honestly, Forlorn79, not a bad idea. You know, making sure you have quality air filters in your home, water filters, making sure you have like good batteries in case power is out for a prolonged period of time. If you can prep in those ways, very useful. Honestly, my mom got me like this solar powered emergency light for Christmas. Completely, you know, like I still don't understand why she got it for me. But it's like this solar powered battery light thing. But you can plug your phone into it, and honestly, like as more time goes on, the more grateful I am for that, you know. So buy your emergency light today with coupon code Riverboat. No, I'm kidding. It's just an interesting present. Sorry, you're blue. The funniest thing, you know, you're bringing up Elon Musk and Mars, and chat is bringing it up as well. And you know, it just reminds me of a post I made yesterday because I saw what Elon was talking about over on Twitter. Just real fucking quick here. You guys are gonna love this. So you know how the last few Starship flights have just exploded? You guys are aware that like Elon Musk's like SpaceX and the you know Starship launches have just like exploded or gone horribly awry, spreading debris across wide swaths of the ocean and such. Um, Elon Musk has the opportunity to do literally the funniest thing ever. 1000%. I will be aboard the next manned space flight on Starship. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. That will finally shut some of you up, won't it? And like, please, please, for the love of God, please, I need this. Okay? If God is real and God is good, I need this. I hope in the next couple of months he does this. All right? I want him to be our rocket man flying through the sky. Last few, multiple? Yes, multiple of his spaceships have exploded. And I know there's a decent chance that this man would chicken out. I mean, for God's sake, he chickened out of fighting Mark Zuckerberg. But like, I don't know. I would very much appreciate if reality could do the funniest possible thing. Were they manned spaceships? No. No. That's why SpaceX and Starship can explode routinely, and not so many of NASA's rockets exploded, you know? NASA, with like actual people on board their craft, could afford fewer mistakes than what SpaceX and Starship do, you know? Actual Jake, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Howdy, folks. Come on in. Hit that follow button. Hit that subscribe button, too. And hit that like button if you're over on YouTube. Huh? Welcome, folks. Hope you guys had a good stream. They should have called it the Gulf of Exploding Rockets. Well, I think the presiding theory here is that enough U.S. rockets will explode over the Gulf of Mexico in order for it to justifiably be called the Gulf of America. They're going to litter the entire ocean floor with American-made debris, and therefore it will be we will literally encompass the ocean. Princess Fiona, mommy, awooga. Yeah, Gulf of American garbage, exactly. Thank you for entertaining my thought. You're welcome, Josh. You're welcome. I hope he gets in the rocket. He says, everything is computer. Yeah, right? Brain's so goddamn cooked. Now, folks, I'm seeing that a bunch of you have now filtered in. I'm gonna catch you guys up on the current situation. Okay, the most important thing you can know about politics today is that Democrats are trying to rat fuck you about the budget. Okay, you guys need to know that. Chuck Schumer put out some messaging today that went a bit viral, and people assumed, oh, Democrats are actually going to do something. They're gonna like shut down the government. They're gonna deny cloture. They're going to, be able to stop the Republican spending bill. And what is actually going on is not that. In fact, instead, what is happening is that Chuck Schumer and John Thune appear to have cut a deal. And that deal implies that the 30-day clean resolution will be basically a time where where Democrats can play act at offering amendments that will then get voted down by Republicans. And at the end of those 30 days, we get the 7-month continuing resolution that was already passed in the House by the Republicans without the 60 votes necessary, the 60 vote threshold rather, that cloture requires. So cloture will be foregone for that upcoming vote in exchange for the 30-day delay. That is essentially it. You need to call your senators, tonight if they have their voicemail on. If they don't have their voicemail on, you need to call them tomorrow. It is vitally important to make sure that you apply your political capital and pressure, as for what it's worth, to these people to make sure that that the government shuts down. Essentially, government shutdown is the best option here, folks. So if the cloture, no, not closure, cloture, Cloture. Is it time to leave America? No, but it's time to organize like 10 times harder. It's time to organize like your life depends on it, because it might, you know? Yeah, how are you going to get out of the US? You going to fly on an American plane? Yeah, I mean, like, that is the thing. Like, it's not necessarily time to get out of, like, America. I mean, I'm certainly going to stay and fight, but, like, it's probably time, if you're a vulnerable, like, possible target of this administration, probably time to get out of a red state if you live in one. Feel like 30 days is enough time to organize a general strike and march on the Capitol. I would love to agree with you, but unfortunately, most people in America yet aren't feeling the pain, and thus a general strike is not going to, like, you aren't going to find enough people willing to come to the table for it, frankly. I know that there are plans in place for a general strike in 2028, organized by the UAW, or at least in part by the UAW and Sean Fain. But it's going to take a massive amount of pain for people to wake up and organize something like a general strike. It's scary to me because if everyone blue gets out of red states, it'll be that much harder to flip. Well, I'm not saying everyone blue should leave red states. I'm just saying, like, if you're a vulnerable minority that may be like targeted by the Trump administration, like say you're undocumented, say you're trans, like getting out of a red state to a place that has more explicit protections for people like you is a good move to start making now. Think it will take companies killing their employees when they try to unionize and that level of pain? I don't think it'll take that. I think it will take literally like people not getting their social security checks and not being able to get medical care. I think it will be like people dying of, you know, dying from exposure, dying from starvation. You know, it's going to be people suffering and losing family members to like massive layoffs. I don't think companies have to kill us right now directly. They can just do it indirectly, you know? My trans ass is staying in the shitty red state to fight for those who can't escape. Hell yeah. I love that fight. I love to see it. And we'll try and support you however we can from where we're at. Does the human race deserve to survive? I think so. I like certain things about the human race. Like my partner, the love of my life. I think that's a pretty big redeeming factor right there. Gay people are pretty cool. Trans people, like have you ever like seen a trans person? Oof. Cool as shit. Biohacking your body to like make it your own. That's cool shit right there. Artists, true. Have you ever watched Lord of the Rings? Oh my god. Change your life right there. Pizza and tacos? 10 out of 10. The universe would be poor. Would be poorer for the lack of pizza and tacos. I do have to admit I'm scared. I'm scared too. It is only through acting, doing, and organizing that we become less scared. That we are able to exert our agency and do things to improve our situation. Yeah, humans are awesome. Capitalists not so much. Exactly. Well, Elizabeth, yeah, I mean it's a murder of our institutions, the institutions that have been built up over centuries to like, you know, keep us safe and to allow us to live in community with each other, you know? I have a friend coming because Texas, so I get it. Thankfully, my ovaries are about done. um, yeah, I personally know like I don't know, like a dozen, half a dozen to a dozen like trans people who have moved to Minnesota alone. Like that's just me, like anecdotally. Like I don't know. What can I fit onto a 20 by 30-inch protest sign? I'm not making your protest sign for you. You know, use your creativity. Use your powers of creation. Revel in your very human ability to create that upon a blank canvas, you know? Have fun with it. Whew. All right. I don't remember if I pressed the button to end the segment like so long ago, but I certainly hope that I did. Otherwise, we're gonna be going a while to edit that. Okay. This one, content warning, everybody. Just straight up content warning. I'm not fucking with you on this one. Content warning, okay? So, folks, many of you know, and if you've been keeping track of like conservative policies in conservative states regarding trans kids, many of you may know of something colloquially called genital inspections or genital inspectors or the bathroom police. And well, I don't really know how to put this, but basically both the House and the Senate in West Virginia have advanced a piece of legislation that would require genital inspections for anyone suspected of being trans in their schools. So if you're wondering like if that's all nonsense, it's not. Like we talk about it and we say it and it kind of sounds like a joke, like a genital inspector. That sounds insane. Unironically here, folks, we're talking about the Republican Party. And I also want to emphasize one state legislator who's a Democrat overwhelmingly voted to advance this legislation, okay? GOP lawmakers passed bill allowing child genital exams without parental consent. Meaning that if someone at the school believes that your child is trans, someone at the school is allowed to pull down their pants and both visually and physically inspect their genitals. Understand what this means. This is a bill that allows for the sexual assault of your child in West Virginia schools. Because someone looks at them and thinks, oh, they're trans. That's what this is. Okay? It is honestly one of the I gotta be honest with you guys, there's a decent chance that the governor of West Virginia signs this into law. Okay? There's a decent chance that this becomes law of the land in West Virginia. And you want to know something? I genuinely, I do not believe Republicans in West Virginia want their children's genitals visually and physically inspected without their consent. This is political hysteria nonsense. A literal witch hunt unfolding before our eyes. And I genuinely don't think like Republicans in these states think that it will ever affect them until suddenly one day they come home from work and they find out their child had their genitals physically inspected against their will at school. So this is Senate Bill 456. Defines sex based on whether a person produces eggs or sperm. It says that gender-segregated spaces like locker rooms or restrooms are to be used based on a person's sex assigned at birth, and it leaves no room for trans or non-binary people's identities. It also says that all intersex people are either male or female, but does not give a basis for assigning a sex to them. So if you're intersex, you just can't legally use a bathroom in a school in West Virginia. So I hope you know, if you have a genetic disposition towards being intersex, which is about as common as having red hair, you just won't be able to use the bathroom. So that's a really cool thing for Republicans to try and put into law in West Virginia. Now, I guess to the credit of the Republicans, and honestly, fuck every single one of them, they looked at the original text of the bill and said, you know, maybe this is too far. Because the original text of the bill basically laid out that if a child was suspected of being trans, a teacher would be allowed to visually and physically inspect the genitals of a suspected child trans, suspected transgender child, right? And Republicans looked at that and said, you know, this is maybe a little bit too messed up. So they rewrote it to say that the child's treating healthcare provider will be required to examine a child's genitals without the consent of their parents. And while that might sound marginally better, understand that it's not talking about like their primary care physician or who they go to the doctor with their parents. It means like the school nurse. It means the school, like the school nurse or like coach or like, you know, like that. Those are the people on hand who are the treating healthcare providers at the time in the school that the school can have access to. Yeah, like it does not improve the text of the bill that much because again, there's a lot of loose interpretation about who and what the treating healthcare provider would need to be, you know? Nope, I'd be suing the school and the state. And if this does become law, it will instantly be brought to the courts because like this is actually fucking crazy, you know? And to the credit of Democrats in West Virginia, they did try and put an amendment in there that would ban child and adult genital examinations altogether, but that was voted down. So, yeah, the Senate bill passed in a vote 32-1. Only one state senator in West Virginia voted against the child molestation bill that they passed. There are only 3 Democrats in the body. One of them, I guess, was out sick that day. The other one voted with Republicans, and only one state senator, Joey Garcia, voted against it. Understand, guys, like, this is not going to affect just trans kids. This is going to affect all kids in West Virginia schools. This is going to affect all children in West Virginia. And in fact, most often, it is going to affect cisgender children. So, like, if you're sitting there and you're a conservative and you're like, well, it won't affect my kid, you don't know that. You don't know if, like, a teacher one day is going to be like, you know what? Your kid looks a little bit too trans. Looks like they've been on some puberty blockers, maybe. Off to the genital inspector with you. It is disgusting to a degree I am finding difficult putting into words. It is currently sitting on Governor Patrick Morrisey's desk, waiting for a signature. If you would like to potentially push back, like try and influence the outcome, here is the web page for the office of the governor. It includes phone numbers where you can call, and I would encourage you to do so if you are so inclined. Oh, wait, 1 second. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, nope. Too late, actually. Earlier today, that bill was signed. The piece we were going over earlier is from yesterday. Earlier today, the governor of West Virginia signed a bill that allows children to be molested in West Virginia schools. So that's where we're at. Republican politicians are literally engaging in the act of allowing children to be molested by whoever is deemed to be a treating medical person at the school, whether they're a coach or, yeah, this is the law. And of course, it's the Riley Gaines Act because, of course, the pro-child molestation bill would be named after a cis woman who came in 5th in a race in a college swim meet. Someone who definitely needs a bill named after them. Well, I think every single Democrat in West Virginia needs to run on this. This is why Democrats really should plant their flag in the sand and stand up for trans rights, because on the face of it, anti-trans legislation leads to absolutely heinous outcomes for their people and constituents. If you grant these conservatives any shred of ground when it comes to anti-trans legislation, it opens up a world of horrific outcomes. Well, Riley Ray, I'm gonna imagine that the courts that this is gonna be taken to the court almost instantly. People are going to challenge this in court, on the face of it, or the second someone is negatively impacted by this law, it's gonna go to court. It's possible you get it like a preliminary injunction to stop it from being enforced, and then it's a legal battle until the end, you know? So that's kind of where we're at with that. It's a cold comfort, to be sure, when every branch of the West Virginian government voted to allow children to, without their parents' consent, have their genitals inspected on the whim of someone who suspects them of perhaps being a different gender than what they think they should be. It's messed up. I mean, honestly, even if you're transphobic as hell, it should be obvious on the face of it why this type of legislation is bad. Like, but like it's crazy, you know? It's just crazy. So no constituents voted for this at all? I have no idea what the constituents voted for. I'm just taking a wild stab that most people, if you ask them in West Virginia if they want someone at the school at the school their kid goes to be able to pull them aside and against or without parental consent inspect their genitals both visually and physically. I'm gonna guess almost every single West Virginian you ask is gonna say, "Fuck no, that's weird as shit." You know? Um, every Republican that was in that's in office though voted for this shit. Um, in West Virginia. So, but save the children, right? Yeah. One would hope. True, true, Morngo, true. One would hope that. I would like to assume that. Yeah, exactly. They don't even have to think that your kid is trans. They just have to say that they thought your kid was trans. It's true. Riley's clearly a grifter on trans issues. Do you think she feels any shame or embarrassment for being tied to a child molestation bill? Probably not. These people like don't have hearts, you know? Fuck. Bastion, unironically, if you keep advocating in my chat for rapists to be raped, I want you to like sit and think about that for like I don't know, like 5 seconds. You want like you want state appointed rapists in prison. You want that to be like a job. You want someone to work in the prison system whose job it is to go in day after day to rape the prisoners. Like, are you fucked in the head? Like, I understand you're angry, but like that's no excuse to advocate for like something that is so heinously beyond the pale. Cut the shit out. Like also like understand that there are people in this community who've been the victims of sexual assault. And like you sitting there and saying, "I think people deserve to be raped sometimes," is maybe not the epic win you think it is as a position. You know, maybe that isn't communicating to other people in this community that you're safe to be around. And yeah, you can guess what? You can advocate for people to acquire empathy, but that's different from advocating for people to be raped. You know? So I'm going to suggest you go and chill out for a bit. Okay? You have a good night too. Go chill out. See ya, nobody. Uh, oh God. Riley Ray, I'm sorry to hear that. Um, Riley Ray writes, I was sexually assaulted by a 12-year-old when I was 9 years old. I may be a cis male, but I have all the reasons in the world to care about this. And you know what? A huge number of cis men similarly have a lot of reasons to care about that. Like, for whatever reason that has eluded me my entire adult life, people seem to think that men being raped is a joke, and I can't understand it for the life of me. It's not a joke. Lady Rain Cloud writes, I was assaulted when I was 17 by 3 people at the same time. This is not something I've ever brought up to anyone in this community. Yeah. There are a lot of people everywhere you look who have been touched by sexual violence and like advocating for that for others as like a form of retribution. Like, nah, that ain't it. You're communicating to other people you're not safe to be around. You need to have like, if anything, you need to have more empathy for the people around you. Yeah, Satanic Panic at the Disco. It's such a common story. A guy I'm friends with was molested by a babysitter when he was a kid. His mom didn't believe him. He's 46 and he's still really messed up by it. Absolutely. A lot of chatters here sharing their stories of sexual abuse. Brianna Arabia, I'm sorry that happened to you. She writes, I was also assaulted when I was 4 for 4 years, and other times after that. Some people need to realize that's not something you threaten others with. Yep. Well, yeah, that is part of it, Eddie. There for a lot of people, like they frame getting sexually assaulted by like an older woman is like as like a cool or aspirational thing. It's really fucked up. Sorry you're blue. I'm sorry that happened to you too. Spider Chowski writes, every single assigned female at birth person I know personally, including myself, have been assaulted. Yep. Oh, Zennies, I'm sorry to hear that. Polyazis Cracker writes, I was molested by a neighbor kid and his brother when I was 12. It took me a long time to come to terms with it or to say anything to anyone else because I'm a man and men don't get molested. Yeah.
All of you are brave for telling your story.
Very true, comrade girl. Thank you for the support. And Zennies, you were writes, I was 5, much love friends, I'm not defined by it. Yeah. Like I know that there are some people who think like, oh man, the sexual assault shit isn't like everywhere. Like I've never heard of it. Like maybe just haven't asked the people in your life. You know, like almost every single person I've asked when like the topic has come up has like been able to share like stories with me about times they've been sexually assaulted. You know? Yeah, exactly. Satanic Panic at the Disco. I remember that. Terry Crews like testified in court about being sexually assaulted by a Hollywood executive at a party, and people literally laughed about it. It became like a huge joke. Blueberry Bumblebee writes, I was assaulted when I was 22 and I was afraid to seek help because I didn't have any support. And I know how some people see victims. Also had a coworker touch me and I wound up getting fired for reporting it. Yeah. Yep. Often the consequences of reporting it are prohibitive, and people who have been sexually assaulted once, if they ever get sexually assaulted again, just don't report it because they remember the first time. I agree, Jay Crucinelli. People sharing their stories are super brave. I still remember when, like, um and this is like a long time ago, like old school Halo chat rooms. It was common phrase to like throw around, "I'm gonna rape you," as like I'm going to beat you in a video game. You know, it's we aren't that far away from that shit. You know, and it's just so ingrained into so many aspects of our society. Yeah, Team Fortress 2 had that issue. Still is in many chat rooms. Yeah. I mean, it's still common. I would like to think that it's maybe less common, but I guess, I'm not in the child chat rooms anymore. Jem writes, 5, a kid just barely older than me who is my friend at the shelter. I'm really sorry so many of you have gone through this. Kraken Pill writes, I was molested as a kid by a relative and raped on my 16th birthday. It sucks how common it is. Yeah. Yep. And honestly, like conversations like this, I think are so important because so many people I think who have never had their lives directly touched by this, and I think predominantly this is a view that men experience, um, men within patriarchy. Um, they don't think it's common. They think that like people who are talking about it are just lying. Or that like it's all being blown out of proportion, or they buy into what their parents taught them, or what what the dominant culture has taught them about, like, oh well, you were dressed so and so way, so you were asking for it. They grow up and they see what's crazy is in Shrek, there are rape jokes in Shrek. There's a don't drop the soap joke in fucking like Shrek. I don't think it's the first one. I think it might be like the second or third one, but like still, like it's crazy how young some of these things start getting normalized. You know? There's one in SpongeBob. Because all the don't drop the soap stuff is just like, don't bend over in prison, otherwise someone's gonna rape you. And like that stuff gets so normalized that we just learn that, like, and accept that things like, oh yeah, if you're a man and you go to prison, there's a decent chance you get raped and no one's gonna do anything about it. Like that's fucking crazy. You go to jail to be removed from the public, to make sure you are safe to then reintegrate into the public, not so that you can be restrained and sexually assaulted. Yeah, the practice of teabagging after winning in video games is another example of how it gets normalized. Yeah, Kraken Pill, the way police officers respond to sexual assault also like is designed to like downplay it and dehumanize victims. And Kraken Pill 2 writes, yeah, the male police officer asked why I didn't fight back and that it was and said it was my fault for the music we were listening to. I'll never go to a cop again. Yeah. That attitude, by the way, is so incredibly common, because when you go in to report sexual assaults, like, you're rolling the dice on what cop you're gonna get. You know, sometimes you have a cop that is gonna understand, but a lot of the time you don't. You don't get that. You don't get to choose the cop that, like, takes your statement. You don't get to choose the cop that examines the sexual assault, like, residue, and, like, runs a test. You know, like, it can be, for some people, worse than the actual assault, or as traumatic. Anders Norup writes, as a result of my sexual assault, I brought it with me and did a similar thing to another kid a few years later. When I brought this up with a therapist, she brushed it off as normal. That's wild. Like, yeah, there are some people to whom, like, this is normalized behavior. Like, oh, that's just kids being kids, and, like, it's not, actually. One of my Satanic Panic at the Disco writes, one of my friends was raped by her ex-boyfriend a few years back, and he tried to strangle her. He was only sentenced to a year in jail, but did 4 months before being released. Yeah, insane stuff. Insane stuff. I mean, like, guys, you can even see it start, like, as early as, like, literal newborn babies. If you go to different mainstream, like, websites that sell clothing, Target, Walmart, etc., and you look at baby clothes, there's a decent chance you can find, like, baby onesies that are like, you know, get the reason her dad's gonna need a shotgun. Like, little, like, weird jokes about how, like, your baby boy is gonna grow up to be like someone that is gonna need to be fought by a girl's parents. Like, it's bizarre how early we start in some of these things. Yeah, the hypersexualization of infants. Yeah. Electra writes, the police, like, straight up asked me why I didn't call them when it happened. Well, it's because I was trying not to get killed. I was afraid I'm still afraid he'll find me again. Yeah, like, insane. Insane shit. This is why Law and Order SVU is such bad propaganda, that it makes people think that cops genuinely care about this stuff, and they don't. That is an excellent observation, Mithril. Because you're 100% right. Law and Order SVU is a fantasy show. It's a show about a world where people would actually give a shit about, like, victims of sexual assault, and, like, that the fantasy of the show is cops giving a shit and catching the guy who did it, and in real life it doesn't work like that in the vast majority of cases. Like, in the vast majority of cases, like, sometimes those rape kits just sit on shelves for like 25 years. Wait, Shrub Girl writes, someone I used to be friends with started telling me my daughter is going to be a lipstick lesbian if she's gay. Like, what the fuck, dude? Don't be fucking weird. That is very fucking weird. Why are you speculating about like a literal newborn's like sexuality when they grow up and presentation? That's bizarre. Ugh. Here's a good resource for what to do if you get sexually assaulted/raped. And if you need to offer advice to someone in that situation, that is a great resource. I'm going to share it across the other chats. Oh, but YouTube, why? Why are you cutting off link? Is it too long of a link? What? There we go. Yeah, shortened it. There we go. Nailed it. I appreciate you all sharing your stories, and it's just like this is what is so unconscionable to me about like a bill that literally provides a mechanism to sexually abuse children to adults in the school. You know, like I can't. It's so unbearably disgusting, and that was just signed into law today in West Virginia. Like transphobia fueled the rise of these politicians, but like that transphobia is destructive. It is uh something that breaks your brain and now is breaking the very fabric of society in West Virginia in a way where they just created a legal avenue to sexually assault children in schools, and the lawmakers of West Virginia are patting themselves on the back. The conservative lawmakers think they did good. That's how badly transphobia breaks your brain, you know? Von Tux, I hope that the courts squash this too. There's a very good chance that they will, but like the fact that it even got this far in the first place is one of the biggest condemnations of like transphobia in our society that I've ever seen. Like I don't know, like it genuinely it operates like a brain disease. Like it's giving people mad cow and they're just literally becoming spongy brained. It's yeah. So with that, let's move on. God. Folks, we've been going for over 4 hours. If you've been getting anything out of today's stream, please hit that follow button on Twitch, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. Please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And please consider making this show possible thanks to viewers like you. I couldn't do it without you guys. And also, folks, we're gonna do a little bit of a I don't know, we're gonna do a little bit of a palate cleanse. We're gonna finish this Sam Cedar adventure, I think. Maybe we'll watch a bit more of this Gavin Newsom, Steve Bannon podcast first. I need to take a break to use the bathroom and to stretch my legs a little bit. But when I get back, I think we might do a bit of the Steve Bannon, Gavin Newsom show just to kind of like see how Nazi, how many Nazi talking points does Gavin Newsom agree with in the span of time we watch? I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes of that show. So we're going to do that. Then we're going to finish up Sam Cedar. It's going to be a good time. And folks, remember, call your senators. Get them to vote no on cloture. We do not want a 30-day extended resolution. We do not want a 7-month continuing resolution on the budget. We want the government to shut down on Friday. Okay? Make sure you call your senators. And let's do this thing. With that, I will be back in a few minutes. Remember, drop those subs and donos if you can, those memberships, those super chats, because this show is made possible thanks to viewers like you. Let's go. BRB.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, "Why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him," Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
A seed forged from the echoes of falsehoods and lies. The law bends and breaks as the ruler decides. No throne yet he'd reign with a scepter and pen. The people subject to the will of one man. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. An empire built on the backs of the poor. Centuries of suffering as the profit margins soar. Through violent submission and $1,000,000 bribes, our government sold out to private enterprise. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. Through Christo-fascist fantasies of race and purity, they condition the people to scorn humanity. We abandon Ukraine to the Russian advance, while we arm the Israelis as they burn the Levant. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. We need more than hope, we need people to rise. No more denial or political lies. In the wreckage and ruin, the truth starts to show. Our choices have led us to this world of woe. 'Cause nowhere is safe in this world of change. Consent is manufactured through bigotry and rage. So billionaires and fascists can rule without a fight, but their will can be broken if the people unite. But their will can be broken if the people unite. When the people's will is swayed by a con man's cheap charade, despite the crass misogyny and blatant hypocrisy, when the fascist voices swell, we hear echoes of the past. They vilify the immigrants, the leftists and outcasts. when the opposition croaks and the people just don't vote for the same old tired rhetoric of neoliberal politics. We must organize the fight for our universal rights, for democracy and empathy to permeate this life. For it's not the immigrant who labors for some bread, who's making us toil till we drop dead. No, it's not minorities or peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say all are your comrades and none are your enemies in the momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower. I often take these night shift walks when the foreman's not around. I turn my back on the cooling stacks and make for open ground. Far out beyond the tank farm fence, where the gas flare makes no sound, I forget the stink and I always think back to that eastern town. I remember back 6 years ago, this western life I chose, and every day the news would say some factory's going to close. Well, I could have stayed to take the dough, but I'm not one of those. I take nothing free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. So I bid farewell to the eastern town I never more will see. But work I must, so I eat this dust and breathe refinery. Oh, I miss the green and the woods and streams, and I don't like cowboy clothes. But I like being free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. So come all you fine young fellows who've been beaten to the ground. This western life's no paradise, but it's better than lying down. Oh, the streets aren't clean, and there's nothing green, and the hills are dirty brown. But the government, oh, will rot your soul back there in your hometown. So I bid farewell to the eastern town I never more will see. There's self-respect and a steady check in this refinery. Oh, you'll miss the green and the woods and streams, and the dust will fill your nose. But you'll be free, and that makes me an idiot, I suppose. These are the words I tell myself when I miss my old hometown. I tell myself that I'm doing right by turning that welfare down. But now I see for you and me that I want those woods and streams, for I owe my life to this workers' strife. Why can't I just be free? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come, all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Hello, everyone. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm bad and I'm back. How we doing, folks? Hello, SMG Hottie. Hello, Punky Gal. Let's go. Stay hydrated. And I do have to say, I have been indeed endorsed by the Big Water Company, and this is not a sponsored deal because the Big Water Company is fictitious. But if it was real, this is a top tier beverage right here. Which side are you on? I'm on your side, baby. Currently exploring the inside of a tire and grounded. That sounds cool. Yeah, good old Jim Water over there. Water do go hard though. It really does. It's so good. Did I sing those songs? No, I didn't sing those songs, guys. That was Seth Staten Watkins. Highly recommend his YouTube channel. I love Big Water, right? Med check. Don't forget your meds, everyone. True. True. To the town of Agua Frida rode a stranger one fine day. Hardly spoke to folks around him, didn't have too much to say. No one dared ask his business, no one dared to take a sip. For the stranger there among them had a big water on his hip. A big water on his hip. Sorry, it came into my head and I had to put it out of my mouth. Water turns you trans. It's true. It's all the phytoestrogens in the water. banging cover. It's what I sing every time I drink water. Okay. Now that now that I've debased myself. Okay. Let's see. What's Gav? So folks, let's see what this Gavin Newsom fellow is up to with his most recent podcast guest, shall we? Somehow it's been like 4 days and he's already on episode number 4 of his podcast. And, I confess every single guest he has had on has been increasingly terrible. And he started at Charlie Kirk. He was already at almost rock bottom. But today I think he outdid himself, okay? Today he
on
he had a guy on the show you all might recognize if you are at all familiar with Gamergate, Donald Trump's 2016 campaign, or a recent Nazi Sieg Heil salute given at CPAC. Gavin Newsom saw that man and said, "I want to put him on my podcast so I can vigorously agree with him." And this is a guy who wants to be president, apparently. Doesn't he have a state to run? Why run a state when you can run a podcast? Can't have our own Joe Rogan of the left. We're gonna make our own, and his name's gonna be Gavin Newsom. This guy sucks so hard. All right, let's just.
This is Gavin. To sort of, go back a little bit.
Still doing the weird little hand thing I made fun of him for last time.
And talk about your.
Yeah, that's all he's doing. He's reshoring the profits, aka tanking the economy. Wonderfully done. Masterful gambit, sir.
This now, and I might note, and I don't want to take a cheap shot.
I really want to hear how Gavin Newsom responds to this. Yeah, Gavin Newsom, are you going to respond at all to the fact that Steve Bannon just talked about a massive demographic shift that he is supportive of? I wonder what kind of massive demographic shift Steve Bannon, the guy who Sieg Heiled a week ago, might be in favor of. You know what people really want to do? They wake up every morning and they look out at the world and they say, we want to undo the rules-based international order that, largely reduced, global conflict. Yeah, that we want to wind that back. You remember when Germany was just a bunch of squabbling, warring states against each other? We want to go back to that. That was ideal. Remember the massive triggering of different diplomatic alliances and that led to World War I? We want to go back to that. That was good, actually.
From California.
Wait, is my governor platforming Steve Bannon? Yes. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I didn't properly introduce him. Guys, this is Steve Bannon, Donald Trump's 2016 campaign strategist, neo-Nazi supporter, January 6er. He's a guy who has been supporting the destruction of the American state for the last, 30 years. He really took off around Gamergate, and he was editor-in-chief of Breitbart for a while. He's basically one of the worst people on the planet, just on a moral level. Maybe not on an influence level, but on a moral level. He's just a bad guy. Yeah, avid Mein Kampf enthusiast. This is the Democratic governor of California on his new podcast inviting a Nazi. Because basically Gavin Newsom is the embodiment of the third way ideology. It's the neoliberal ideology that seeks to kill liberalism and replace it with what we see right now, oligarchy. That is end stage capitalism shit. You know, one of the things about these guys that is so insidious and you have to really understand about what they're saying is that when they're talking about pulling back away from this rules-based international order, what it essentially means is that instead of us having kind of mutually beneficial relationships with other countries around the world, or at least even on paper, mutually beneficial relationships, what they want to replace it instead is that other countries fear the United States and United States power and retaliation and thus obey us as if they were territories or as if they were um you know, paying protection money to a mafia don. You know, that is effectively what they want to have happen. They think that mutually beneficial relationships are actually a sign of weakness, and that instead, um, we should just we should just use our power, our force should be self-evident enough that they capitulate to us, you know? Carbonator, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I have literally never said any words to Carbon, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But go away, please. Um, yeah. It is the end of American imperialism, but like in an incredibly destructive way that is going to get hundreds of thousands of people killed, if not millions. Anyway, let's continue platforming Steve Bannon.
I worry about.
It's so cool how Gavin Newsom is constantly reiterating how he 100% aligns with the far right. You know, you're right. It is dull and incredibly gross. And every single episode of this that comes out makes me increasingly sure that Gavin Newsom is one of the politicians that was present at the Third Way retreat that leaked earlier this month. I think that like this is patently obvious. Like he is trying to invite these high profile conservative guests on his show, and then he is agreeing with them on numerous points and not pushing back on them at all because he wants to set himself up as this centrist candidate in the 2028 election, and it's just not going to work. I do not believe the American people are so cooked that the angry energy we are seeing coming from angry liberal wine moms who are like 70 years old is going to be placated by this clown agreeing with the people they hate more than with more intensity than 1,000 suns. You know, I don't think this is going to appeal to anyone outside of like corporate Wall Street lobbyists, you know? Not Punky Gal. The thing is, this is not boilerplate Dem strategy. This is actually like so far beyond the pale. He's literally talking to Nazis and agreeing with them on his show. Boilerplate Dem strategy would be to avoid this like the plague. He's leaning into the worst impulses of the Democratic Party. It is unironically disgusting in the extreme. And I'm going to do everything that I possibly can to prevent this absolute scumfuck from ever wielding power as a president. Hell, if I ever hear about him running for like Senate or that as a House representative, I'm going to do everything I can to like direct people against his
Reminder
to
for
support his
chat:
opponents.
Gavin Newsom's family, such as his father and grandfather, were family friends of the Gettys of Getty Oil. They were the trust fund accountants. Our timeline is cooked rise rot.
True. Midnight, Null Knight, thank you for resubscribing. And yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, Black Rose, PCS. Like, this is literal political career suicide, and he thinks he's being the smartest boy in the class. It's crazy. John Fetterman will vote yes for the Republican CR bill. Yeah, he announced that like 2 days ago. Like the second it was clear it was going to the Senate, John Fetterman was like, "Yeah, I'm going to vote yes." But either Ron Paul or Rand Paul, I always get them confused, is going to vote no. So like 7 Democrats still need to cross over. Can we try to get California a new governor? We certainly can.
Factoring back.
The thing about Steve Bannon is he knows how to pretend to be a populist, you know? Steve Bannon knows how to like at least appeal or pretend to care about working class interests, which is why he bamboozles so many people into like watching more of his show than they should, right? But if you actually listen and understand to what he's saying, he's a fucking Nazi, bro. He's a fucking Nazi. It's just like it should shame so many people in the Democratic Party that they get outmaneuvered by this guy. You know? Literally not. It's literally not anti-democratic. It's designed to be apolitical. The administrative state is not a political organ. It does what it is told. It just does what it is told as defined by Congress and as defined by the courts and as motivated by the federal government. You know, like it's it is the vehicle you drive. If you start dismantling the vehicle you drive as it's in motion, what happens? Okay, we're done with this. We're done with this trash. Dude's literally sitting there nodding along with like Steve Bannon talking about deep state agents in the anti-democratic bureaucratic administration. And like that's how the fuck that's how this all works. That's how government works. It's the bureaucracy makes it work. You know, like China had an empire that lasted over 1,000 years. And it was because of the bureaucracy that was able to like function and keep everything running. Rome, empire that lasted 1,000 years. Bureaucracy kept the entire thing running. That shit's important. If you get rid of it, nothing works. God damn it. Yeah, the military isn't democratic, but I don't hear balking at that by MAGA. Exactly. That's how Steve Bannon is full of shit. Gavin Newsom is literally to the right of my Republican parents. Yeah. This guy is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I've tried watching like off stream a full episode of this show, and it is it's unbearable. You know? It is unbearable and just painful and cringe inducing. You know? Like I don't even know how to how to say it. It is the most spectacular political suicide I've ever seen, outside of with the only other one giving a run for its money is the actual political suicide that got broadcast on television. Man, sweet blasphemy, I'm glad you understood my reference there. I'm glad you understood the reference, because I thought maybe that was too deep of a cut. Banana Brains, I'm referring to Bud Dwyer, which don't maybe don't look up footage of that. Let's see here. Also, folks, we've been going for over 5 hours. If you're enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Funnily enough, I was actually just rereading the Bud Dwyer case a week or so ago. Oh, nice. Catalina, Amanai, which song do you have stuck in your head? Sorry, Banana Brains, just acknowledging that you did that. Next time I will just say, that is a thing you did, to acknowledge that I read your comment. Let's see. People talk about fraud. No Republican who's talking about fraud actually gives a shit about fraud. That is just true. That is just a statement of fact. Let's jump in. Okay, gotcha. I wasn't sure, Banana Brains. I wasn't sure. Gonna take some NyQuil, go to bed. You get some good rest, Banana Brains. Amber Brains. So many brains. Has anyone ever heard of someone being forced onto puberty blockers? No. I mean, like, I guess you might make the argument that someone who's going through like a precocious puberty could be forced to go on puberty blockers by their parents. You know, like that's the only example I could think of. Okay. Let's dive into some Sam Cedar, shall we? Ooh. All right. So, folks, there is this guy named Sam Cedar. This is part 4 of our Sam Cedar Surrounded watch along, and you know what? I'm having a really great time. This has been one of the most fun series we've done, and I think this will be the final part. I'm pretty sure we're on the final part of our watch along here, and you know.
Oh no, Sam Cedar! Wow, what a fucking nightmare!
It's it's been a dream come true for me, despite the nightmare espoused by Steven Crowder, and this is gonna be so fun. I've enjoyed. I think the ideal way of watching this was breaking it down into 4 parts, because some of this isn't. Some of this was a lot. Some of this was a goddamn lot. Let's jump into it. Let's take a look, huh?
Next claim is Trump's policies make the rich richer and the working class poorer.
True. That's just like blatantly true. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Hey,
Hunter Howell. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so do you mind if I ask what policies in specific are you referencing to?
Tax cuts for the rich.
What policies specifically do you think Donald Trump is going to use to enrich the wealthy? Tax cuts in general. Like my guy, like I don't know, throw a rock anywhere, you'll hit one of them.
Rich. I think his idea of tariffs on countries and the way that he's talking about will make people poorer. I think all of the work that they're doing in terms of attacking the government agencies will make people poorer. Because, you know, when you get agencies that are supposed to protect us from corporate interests, they will externalize their costs, those corporations, instead of actually assuming themselves. So their profits are made on the backs of all of us, whether it's our health, our protection from consumer rights, worker rights. His anti-union policies will make us poorer.
So real quick, I'm going to...
Oh yeah, what policies do you think will make us poorer? Like all of them. Incredible stuff.
touch on one of the things that you said. Now, there was a lot to unpack there, but
there's
we'll
a lot
start,
of policies.
we'll start at the very beginning. You talked about taxes. Let's talk about, in his first term, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act of 20.
Oh man, they all think the Tax Cut and Jobs Act is a really good indicator of how well everything did. And if you've looked up any economic research on the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, you will know it was a net bust for our economy. We just gave a bunch of rich assholes a ton of money and got almost nothing in return for it. Yeah, this guy went to the Boris Johnson hair care salon.
2017. There are a couple things in that specific policy that actually do benefit the middle class and the lower class more than the top 1%.
Yeah, and they were those things were designed to sundown, meaning that those provisions were designed to expire. Well, the provisions for the insanely wealthy top 0.1% were not designed to expire. Curious how that works out, huh? Almost like it reveals the priorities of the people passing the legislation.
So you mentioned taxes, right? But in that, from the IRS data that came out, the middle class and lower class got affected. I think they ended up saving like 3 to 4% on their taxes, on their tax cuts, whereas the billionaires only saved 2%. So if we're talking,
they didn't just save 2% on their taxes. Also, just as a curiosity, why should billionaires pay a lower percentage of their income compared to the lower class? Billionaires literally have more money. They can at the very least afford to pay the same percentage of their income as working class people. Like that, it is crazy that you think that they should pay less of their income.
talking an actual dollar amount, sure, the billionaires save more, but they also make a lot more, right? Also, the billionaires don't really care about an extra grand or two. In that specific policy, the child tax credit doubled from $1,000 per household.
Oh man, look at this fact check. Oh wow, the Jubilee pushing a conservative take on this? That's wild, dog. Americans making more than $1 million only saw a 6% drop compared to 13% drop. Too bad there's not like some kind of comprehensive data on the effects of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act on the general American economy that indicates that, yeah, taxes went down for both groups. But you want to know something? Who benefited more from tax cuts for corporations? Does anyone want to take a wild stab about that one? Who got more money with the lower tax rate on businesses? Assholes? Was it the working class? Did they benefit from the tax cut against corporations? No! It was the rich! God damn it.
To 2. No billionaire cares about an extra grand in their pocket, but I can guarantee you the working class does. So how would you rebuttal that?
I would say, in terms of the taxes themselves, well, the policies that Trump wants to pursue this time are to expand those taxes for wealthy folks. And over time, what starts to happen is you have this wealth disparity, and as the wealth disparity increases, it becomes harder for working people, essentially, to keep up. Things become more expensive. You get inflationary pressures when you have people with more money. We have more and more billionaires than we did 4 years ago. And a large part of that was obviously COVID, but a large part of it is also money starts to accelerate. Once you, like you say, when a millionaire gets a tax cut for a couple of grand or 60 grand or $500,000 at the end of the day, they end up investing that and it ends up growing because they're not out there working for their money. Their money is just is doing all the work.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think we can agree with you on that when it comes to, billionaires and
I love that Sam opens his mouth, says approximately anywhere from 3 to 5 sentences, and then these guys are like, yeah, actually everything you said, it makes total and complete sense. Yeah, I actually agree with every single thing you said. That makes sense.
millionaires and there being a wealth gap in our country, right? I don't think Republicans or liberals would disagree on that, but I think where we will fundamentally disagree is under Trump, right? The stats show that take-home pay was higher for the middle class and the lower class. Inflation was down. They weren't paying as much on taxes.
Inflation was down, but wage growth was actually greater during the Biden administration.
Well, that's because due to COVID, when a lot of people lost jobs.
No. I mean, I'm talking in percentage comparison between those 4 years and these past 4 years, wage growth grew, not from as a baseline on 2020, but I'm talking as a baseline from 2016.
Interesting. Okay, well then another point that I want to talk on with you.
Interesting. You appear to have blown the fuck out of my point. We're just gonna move along to the next one, and I'm not even gonna try and defend it. Interesting.
Real quick, as you talked about slashing government agencies, for instance, the Department of Government Efficiency. I'm sure you've heard about that a lot in the news.
That's not a government agency.
Not a government agency. That's just some
it actually an executive order was signed to make DOGE an official government agency.
This guy is about to get blown the fuck out because this guy isn't aware that the president can't unilaterally create an official government agency, and in fact, Congress has to be the one that does that, which Congress hasn't, in fact, done.
As of less than a week ago. So yeah, It is an official government agency. So obviously we're talking about money. We want people to be able to afford
Damn, the fact check coming through. Doge is not a full government agency.
a house. We want them to be able to afford to raise a family, right? As a young man myself, I want to be able to grow up in America and be able to afford food one day, right? I mean, I can now, but continue that. And at the way things are going, it's unsustainable for people on the left, people on the right, people in the middle. So we have to come to a common ground on how to fix that. What's unsustainable? The fact that cost of living is increasing year after year.
What does Doge do to inhibit cost of living?
Yeah.
Oh no, this guy's stepping right into the bear trap. This guy's stepping right into the bear trap. Unforced error. There's literally nothing Doge has done that it helps with cost of living. At all. Whatsoever. This guy's about to make a bunch of claims about how Doge does stuff, and every single one of them is just incorrect or a lie.
Yeah, absolutely. So what Doge is going to do, the Department of Government Efficiency, is slash a lot of the federal spending, right? So what happens when the feds...
What spending is going to get cut?
So I'm getting there. 1 second, sir. So what...
Can I just say, I love...
happens when the feds...
I love Sam Cedar's feigned ignorance face. It's an underrated look. It's a real underrated look. He's mastered the art of looking like an adult who just hasn't been paying attention. Who's just like, yeah, what's this all about? I have no idea about Social Security. He feigns ignorance in order to get these people to dig themselves deeper holes. It's wonderful stuff to see.
is going to get cut.
So I'm getting there. 1 second, sir. So what's going to happen is the Department of Government Efficiency is going to slash a lot of federal spending. What happens is the government, Republicans, Democrats alike, spend a bunch of money that, excuse my language, but it's nonsense, right? They spend it out here, they spend it out there.
Be more specific. Here, there. Are you talking about cutting?
They spend all this money. Don't you see that them spending the money makes the cost of living go up? If they didn't spend all this money, the cost of living would stay low. It'd be small cost of living, small spending. That's how it works. Cool. Those two things are directly related to each other via some ethereal mechanism we have yet to discover.
For example,
defense, because they're not going to cut defense.
Well, for example,
wait a second.
Well, no. Let me finish. Okay. $175 billion to Ukraine, first and foremost. That was a bunch of nonsense. So we're going to talk about that, but we also have a bunch of other things in the Defense Department, as well as a bunch of DEI departments.
Well, they're not touching. First of all, there are no DEI departments.
That's completely false.
Listen. Defense spending is not going to be touched by DOGE. And when you talk about the government, what's the biggest expenditure government has?
Our military and Social Security are our top two.
And Medicare and Medicaid, right? Now, they're not going to touch the military. Are they going to cut Social Security? Do you think that's going to...
You know, like, continue walking into the trap. Continue walking into the trap. Are they going to cut Social Security? If they're not going to cut the military, where are they going to get that money, babe?
You're asking me like I'm part of Doge.
No. Well, you're telling me that Doge...
You're arguing on behalf of Doge, so you should have an answer here, bud. Right? Like, you should, I don't know, have maybe applied enough thought to be able to answer some pretty simple questions about this topic.
Doge is going to help everybody here, and I'm telling you, if they cut Social Security, everybody in here is going to get...
Dog, Sam Cedar mentioned Social Security. After the Social Security segment, people just started raising their flags like crazy. Just mentioning it. They're like, oh shit, we can't have him talking about Social Security. He's going to blow us out of the water.
Get hit. Because these folks are going to have to pay for their parents because Social Security keeps 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. So tell me what they're going to cut that's going to make it easier for Americans.
I already did.
What?
I told you the $175 billion that we've sent to Ukraine. We're no...
Oh my God. We did not send Ukraine money. We sent them military equipment. Military equipment that we manufactured like 40 years ago. That's been moldering in different storage depots and lots for decades. Stuff we would literally otherwise have to dismantle and like melt down and like make into other shit. And by selling this stuff, by giving it away, essentially, we then have new orders come out into our American factories to build newer stuff that can then sit in those storage depots and fields and proceed to rust for 40 years. And then we probably do it again, you know, like, but like we weren't sending them money. We were sending them material aid. These are different things. Also, Chuck Dies, thank you very much for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate you.
No longer going to
so
be...
he's going to...
So Donald Trump has signed an executive order.
You've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you, sir.
Sam Cedar brought up Social Security, and it took all of like 30 seconds to knock this guy out.
Okay, so why did we see a higher increase in the top 1% paying as part of federal income revenue under TCJA?
Why did we see a higher increase in the...
So under TCJA, you know, it was passed...
Hey, Sunshine, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Let's go! Greening up the place. Getting out there, touching grass in the real world as well as in YouTube chat. You love to see it, folks. You love to see it. Yeah, this guy actually bothered to bring notes, which is smart. You should probably do that if you're going to be on Jubilee. But also, folks. He's simply wrong. So his notes aren't going to help him that much.
2017
Right.
was effective 2018. 2018 and onward, we actually saw the top 1% pay more. They had more of the federal income tax burden. They paid 45% as opposed to Obama. During Obama's tax plan, they only paid about 40 to 42% of the federal
Because they got more money.
Right, okay, so they got more money.
They got richer.
But why are they paying?
Because they further consolidated wealth, you ding dong. What? Yeah, well, wealth consolidation continues. In fact, like it continues. It doesn't stop. Chuck Dies, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs over on Twitch. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. God.
And why did they get richer? So this goes on inflation that...
I mean, that's my point, is the rich are getting richer.
Right, but
Yeah, the rich are getting richer. Therefore, they start paying more of the share of, like, the tax burden because they are literally richer and paying taxes on that increased wealth. Like, yeah, if you make more money, you pay more in taxes. At least you should be.
Why would you say that they're getting richer? But you mentioned inflation?
No, they're not. Well, I mean, I think that they...
Oh man, does this poor little honey, like, does this poor guy, this honey baby boo boo, like, does he not, like, is he a literal baby? Does he not understand how taxes work? Does he not understand? Is Sam gonna have to explain the top marginal tax rate?
Inflation, to the extent that there was money that wasn't a function of, like, logistics and other problems that we had during COVID, yeah, the rich got richer. Not all inflation is a function of monetary inflation.
That's true.
I wonder what they cut out there. They clearly cut something out.
But when we look at COVID and we can see that they increased the money supply by 40%, they added $6 trillion, and you have a Federal Reserve System that's doing quantitative easing and pumping stimulus into the economy, you can attribute that to left-wing policy. The entire Federal Reserve System is Keynesian economics. Those are very left-wing.
Well, I can tell you this: inflation went up in Western European countries the same rates
that had stimulus.
No. They didn't have the same level of stimulus we did. No, they did.
They absolutely did.
They did.
You can look at Japan. Yeah, I hear this topic all the time from the Democrats. They say, "Oh, inflation was global." Not true. China never went above 3% inflation during all of COVID, and they were actually they were under deflationary pressures. Japan, which is part of the G7, was also never had deflationary pressures. They never had inflation increase. The only countries that had inflation increase.
In Western Europe, you
Like
could
what
see
country?
inflation. Well, you could England, Germany,
'Cause they
Italy,
stimulated.
France. They didn't stimulate as much as we did. It wasn't monetary inflation. If you look at the cost of goods and
why-
logistics that got screwed up because of COVID.
So let's look at the reason. All international trade, because we're the world reserve currency, is done in U.S. dollars. Because we experience it, domestic inflation was high.
So you're saying our inflation
Yes, it
caused
affects
higher inflation in Europe?
Absolutely, because
That's
trade,
not what economists
it is international.
say.
Yeah. No. Like, this guy is just, like, casting around, looking at different inflation rates in different countries and trying to assume commonality between all of them. And, like, that's just not how it worked. Like, the inflationary pressures were companies taking advantage of COVID and the excuse of COVID to raise their prices. Like, quantitative easing has been practiced since, like, 2008. Like, it's been in use for a long time. Like, it's not... It is not the driver of inflation the way this guy is trying to make it out to be. Like, it don't get me wrong, printing money can lead to rampant inflation, but because the US dollar is the petrodollar, because it is kind of a globalized currency, in a lot of respects it's been isolated from the effects of printing. And so we can do things with our currency that other countries can't necessarily get away with. And part of that is related to policies like quantitative easing. So just to be aware of here, like what he's trying to elaborate here is just like based on kind of faulty premises.
Well, you can look at the facts. International trade is we have dollar-denominated international trade. All international trade is that's why we're the world reserve currency. You guys claim that the U.S. recovered faster than anybody else. It's like, well,
it did.
It's because we have a privilege of being the world reserve currency, and we export our inflation. Like the strength.
We export our inflation.
Yeah, and let me explain that. Let me explain that the U.S. dollar is the most safe asset in the world. In times of great crisis and great volatility, like COVID crisis, everybody turns to the dollar.
Sure.
Many currencies are tied to the dollar. So it's like when you
the euro is not tied to the dollar.
The euro is not, but international trade. So if the euro.
But he's talking about European countries, guy. Like if his example is European countries that aren't tying their currency to the dollar, what's your point?
Actually crashed against the dollar during COVID. The euro used to be above the dollar.
I'm unclear what your point is.
My point is that the inflation is caused by left-wing policies, and
so inflation was caused by, you're saying.
You know, it's so crazy when these people talk about it. Like they suddenly go into vague generalities, right? Like it was caused by left-wing policies. Like, which ones? Can you like name and elaborate one of them as like an example, or is it just some nebulous combination of things you've dubbed left-wing policies? Was it the trans people? Did the trans people like grab the levers of power at the Federal Reserve and press the inflation button?
Supply shock and pumping trillions of dollars into the economy.
First of all, you understand that the Federal Reserve is not part of Biden. Didn't have control of the Federal Reserve.
Absolutely not, but the entire Federal Reserve System is left-wing in economic theory. That's the Keynesian economics. It's interventionist economics.
So he's trying to argue that the fact that we have a Federal Reserve at all means that does that mean all economic policy since the establishment of the Federal Reserve and Keynesian economics is left-wing policy? I'm genuinely taking mental damage. I'm taking mental damage. This is difficult as hell. Oh, I think the left hand of my brain is trying to strangle the right part. Oh, God. Okay, so, yeah, the mere existence of the Federal Reserve is leftist policy, which is a bizarre thing to claim, because if you're trying to claim that, then surely all economic growth since the establishment of the Federal Reserve would be attributable to left-wing policy? You sure you want to argue that, bud? I unironically heard someone say taxation in general is left-wing, some Ayn Rand shit. Yeah, imagine trying to argue that the kingdom of Mesopotamia under Hammurabi was woke. Yeah, woke Hammurabi's code over here, passing laws, enforcing them with taxation, tax-funded enforcers. God. Oh, sorry. Did I say ancient Mesopotamian? I meant ancient Babylonian. My bad.
So you're saying that the
more you
quantitative easing,
the more you stimulate. Yeah.
Why didn't we get it through QE?
We do get.
Yeah, agriculture is woke and communist. We need to go back to the true original form of society, hunter-gathering, okay? But as we all know, gatherers are gay and woke. Only hunting. Only hunting.
Why didn't we get inflation?
Wait, was ancient Okay, wait. Now I need to double check. Now I need to double check myself. Okay. Okay, it was in Mesopotamia. Okay, cool. I'm glad my initial comment was correct.
During the Obama years,
we did get inflation.
We didn't get
the wealth gap that you guys attribute.
Wait.
I get, like, there's a part of me, and I know I'm being silly here, but like there's a part of me that I'm like, is this guy talking about inflation because like he Googled it into Pornhub one time and like it's just been stuck in his brain ever since? Because like he's thrown out the word inflation a lot, and I don't really feel like he knows what he's talking about, at least in terms of economics. Maybe in terms of other things, I don't know. What a sentence to walk in on. Look, life is like a Riverboat Jack stream. You never know what you're going to get.
We absolutely did.
What numbers were inflation did we get during the Obama years that were outside of like the 2% sort of Fed target?
I don't think it was as high as COVID. COVID hit as high as 9%.
No, it wasn't even remotely
right,
close.
But when we look at the effects of compounding inflation.
QE 1, 2, and 3 all happened during the Obama years. If your theory was correct, we would have had rampant inflation. In fact,
we did.
Yep. This guy's literally like 2% inflation during Obama is rampant inflation. You don't understand. Any inflation is bad. We need to go back to the gold standard and deflate our currency. Yeah, look, inflation is happening so much now. It's basically going supersonic. That's how fast the inflation is going. Google supersonic inflation to learn more. Oh God. Deflation fetish enjoys are where it's at. Oh God, I'm sorry.
Glenn Beck was talking about how we were going to turn into Weimar Germany, and none of that happened.
Here's the factors you're missing.
None of it.
Here's the factors you're missing.
So if you look at what's happening at Western Europe, well, no, listen.
We didn't close down the economy. The Biden administration closed down the economy.
I understand.
No, that was not the entire world.
Excuse me, the Biden administration?
Yes, they forced mask mandates. They supported Democrats.
Wait.
They supported Democrat
states. Do you not remember who was?
He's trying to argue about masks. That's like the worst thing to try and argue here. Who passed the mask mandates? You know, like who did it? Are you forgetting? You remember the Tax Cut and Jobs Act? You don't remember anything else?
Was president in the first year of COVID?
What? Yeah, it was Trump. I'm not
right.
So I'm not saying Trump had a role in this, but I'm saying.
Well, wait a second. By the time in 2021 the economy was opening back up?
Yes, the economy.
All of what you're talking about.
No thanks to the Democrats.
Well, okay,
the Democrats wanted to keep it closed.
Okay. Okay, you can talk about hypothetically what the Democrats want, but
it's not hypothetically. We can look at mass. We can look at their mandates. We can look at them closing down.
The economy closed down in 2020, March of 2020.
Well, okay, sure.
Donald Trump was president.
This guy is like really into being wrong and being talked down to by an older man, and you know, I kind of get that. I no judgment. No judgment there. That you know, no judgment.
President.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
I'd let Sam Cedar talk down to me. Exactly, Snookin. You get it.
How's it going, sir?
Good. How you doing? Sam.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh my God. What? I don't want to be mean here. This guy looks like he has Benjamin Button disease. I don't know. He looks like an old baby. This guy, how is the lower half of his face elderly, but the top of his face looks like he's literally prepubescent? How did this happen? Incomprehensible phrenology. Yeah, this is William Tell's son. Oh my god. Yeah, he's suffering from old man baby syndrome. What's he staring at? I don't know. I assume like the manifestation of Sam Cedar's four humors. You know, the spiritual energy of Sam Cedar's four bodily humors. Just what he needs to get back to the Edison spirit phone, okay? He's been busy translating for us. What is this? All right, like I know I'm being mean, and I apologize, but my god.
When you're talking about like inflation, in 2021, Janet Yellen said it would be transitory, and then
transitory. Janet Yellen was pro-trans. That wokeified the Fed.
Again in 2022, she said it would be transitory, and it turned out to not be transitory. And then one major thing happened in 2022. I think we all know what that was. That was the war in Ukraine. And I believe, and I can explain, that the war in Ukraine was explicitly caused by Joe Biden's bad foreign policy, and that shot inflation up from, like, there was already pretty bad inflation in early 2022 and in late 2021. But it shot it up.
Why does he have no side? Why does this child have no sideburns? Because clearly the beard is glued on.
From the low kind of margins in like 3 or 4%.
That's what we call some Hollywood magic down there.
All the way to 9% in 2022 of July at the peak.
Inflation is now down around 2%, around where
in between 2.5.
Yeah,
and 6,
where they're looking to get it, and we have. Really close to record unemployment that we've had over the past 4 years. But how does this have to do with Trump's policies not making the richer richer and the rest of us poor?
Okay, so what I was just...
Okay, but you see, Biden's foreign policy made us poor by spiking inflation, you see. And that, yeah, Biden did get the inflation under control, but it was his bad foreign relations policy that really ruined our economy. And you just simply see no evidence of that, aside from the very obvious after effects of the COVID. Now, when you look at this guy's evidence, it is undermined a bit by the fact that his perception of inflation was highly dictated by leaving on Rumspringa and going from a trade and barter economy into a more modernized paper money economy. You know, he's still experiencing some shell shock, and by that, of course, I mean realizing that he had become a millionaire after he left the Amish farm with a couple dozen eggs.
Explaining with I was going to get into oil prices. So oil prices skyrocketed in 2022 because in 2021 when Biden got into office.
Bud, you don't want to talk about oil prices because, like, I'm pretty sure Biden, like, we reached like a high point for like oil extraction under Biden.
He shut down our Keystone pipeline, shut down all new oil and gas leases in America. Then he took the same.
Well, okay. Well, I can't not click this link. I can't not. Sam's no stranger to inflation. Like, I'll be the judge of that.
Femboy,
So inflation in Argentina is pretty wild right now. Some economics have used the term sonic to describe it. To learn more, Google sonic inflation.
That I don't know this for a fact, but that might be a bad Google search. Maybe not.
What do you mean?
Like a dirty thing or something. I don't know. Sonic inflation.
No, it is.
I had that thought too, but I just couldn't.
Oh wait, there's two different ones I'm seeing now.
Sonic inflation is yet another internet phenomenon spawned of the Sonic the Hedgehog series. Basically, it's strands of any and all female characters in Sonic the Hedgehog being puffed up by balloons. So my instincts were sort of on the money.
Al dente. Yes, Trump, 200 million Americans would like Trump to have his days in each and every court case.
So wait, that's a fetish?
I don't know. Iowa Ryan, no justice, no peace, and a Trump voice would be pretty funny. Did you hear about the Minnesota nuclear power leak? No. Femboy. So inflation in Argentina is...
Oh my god. Oh god, I'm laughing so hard I'm crying. Holy shit. God, he fucking Googled it. You can see on his face. He Googled it. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Oh god, I need to see his face. That is the face of a man who just got. Oh god. Oh fuck. I was not expecting that. Oh. I think he even says I'm seeing two of them here.
Then
Oh wait, there's two different ones I'm seeing now.
Oh god. Can you emote that? Yeah, you absolutely can. Oh fuck. There's two of them. You know, the no sell of it is incredible though. The no sell of it and then the calm, matter of fact explanation by Matt Leck. Fuck, dog. Oh, this is one of the best posts on the internet, right there. Oh my god, did you post that at 2:00 in the morning just for us? Because that is top tier. That is some top tier content, Velvet, and I, for one, appreciate it immensely. There you go. There you go. Is this an L or is this a brilliant galaxy brain move? Honestly, it's about the classiest way you could ever react to, like, actually Googling live on a show from a position of ignorance. Like, that's probably the classiest way you could ever admit on camera that you just Googled Sonic inflation. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Next Jubilee is Sam Cedar versus 20 Sonic inflators. Oh, I can't believe no one stopped them. It's very clear to me that Matt Leck knew what Sonic inflation was and allowed this to happen. That's my take. That's my conspiracy theory. Oh my god. Ooh. Boy. Well, you know, you never can tell what you're gonna get with the Riverboat Jack stream, can you, folks? Also, I just want to say, shout out to those of you who are pumping up this invitation for Tim Walz to come on my show. Cause, you know, I'm for an account my size, this is kind of doing some numbers. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving right along. Back to this baby man.
Sanctions off
We are producing right now more oil in this country than we ever have in the history of any country everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
On top of the fact that Biden is credited by oil traders, and this isn't something that I, am terribly excited about.
What did he just do
but
on the East Coast?
apparently,
What did he just sign?
what Biden did during the past 4 years is he used the strategic oil reserve to drive down oil prices, and essentially broke and it's filled back up.
Drained our
and
entire
he filled it back up, and he broke the negotiating power and the price setting power by oil countries across the world.
Really,
I mean, oil traders hail him for doing this, and frankly, I don't think it's that impressive. But let's talk about what Trump's policies are.
We only have a little bit of time left, but I was getting to that. So oil prices in 2021, Biden took all the sanctions off of the pipeline.
Yeah. I agree. I agree with all of that. I'm just gonna ride right on by the point you made about how we were like literally generating more oil than at any time in our history. I'm gonna ride right by that, and we're gonna continue talking about oil as if Biden screwed it up. Okay.
Pipeline in Russia, and then the pipeline in Russia ran straight through Ukraine originally, and he knew that if he invaded Ukraine would destroy the pipeline, and his economic success would be destroyed in Russia. And then when the sanctions,
Biden or
Putin knew that would occur in Russia if the sanctions were taken off of that pipeline, and Biden took all the sanctions off of Nord Stream 2 in Russia, like the second week he was in office, and then a year later, Putin invades Ukraine.
Yo, this guy is completely conspiracy brained. None of this makes any sense if you think about it for more than like 2 seconds.
Sanctions happen all over the world, and inflation rises within 6 months all the way up to 9%. Trump is going to do great things with oil and let us drill, and what that actually does for the economy.
Like I say, we are producing more oil in this country than any country in the history of the world.
What executive order did Biden?
Yeah, no, shoot bang. I think that is a really, really good point, right? I'm just going to read your comment. I feel like this shows a really good example of why it is pointless for Democrats to try and placate Republicans/right-wingers, since they'll just say whatever they want anyway, and the people consuming the propaganda will eat it up without questioning it. Yeah, they live in a completely different reality. It is pointless to try and bridge that gap, because the people who need to bridge that gap are only going to do it out of necessity, so there's no reason to try and pretend like the fictional world that conservatives live in is real. There's no reason to try and do that. You should simply, if you are on the left in any capacity, embrace good policy that seeks to better the lives of everyone in the society. You used a word there, Jack. Think. They don't do that kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, I guess it would require introspection. You don't compromise with an imagined reality that is incompatible, or an imagined world that is incompatible with reality. There we go. Nailed it.
Just signed to have to do with offshore drilling in the East Coast.
He stopped it.
Yeah, really dumb idea. We're about to begin a new.
Well, so you want to go beyond even the record-breaking thing?
Yes, I want to become energy independent. Climate, and that lowers inflation.
We're going to sell this oil.
Better.
We don't use the oil. We sell it. We sell
getting money in the pockets of American citizens.
I want us to be energy independent. Wait, but we produce more oil than we can possibly consume, and then we sell it on global markets. Yeah. I want more money in the pockets of Americans, except that Americans don't make more money when oil companies sell oil to other countries. And if we already are producing more oil than we use, we're already energy independent. It's not rocket science. Words just mean things.
We sell it. Well, how is that oil getting to the pocket of American citizens?
Because when you lower the prices of oil, that lowers the prices of all products.
I understand.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. These people genuinely think that if you lower the cost of oil, that every company that does logistics is going to pass those savings on to their various, companies that they partner with, and that stores are simply going to lower their prices as a result. That's not how this works. They just pocket the profits, you moron. There's no policy that is lowering the prices of goods. They simply keep the price the same and shove all the profits into their CEO's ass. That's how it works. Well, Morngo, people like this assume, right? You wrote, why would it lower prices? Does he think companies are allergic to money or something? Yeah, like the way it works is just that, like, in their brains, they're like, yes, if you can cut the cost of logistics, that means you will obviously cut the cost of like the products that go through that logistics chain. And like, that's just not how it works. Like, sure, could a company do that? Absolutely. Would a company do that? And will a company do that? Generally, no. Generally, no.
And I understand that the inflationary presses effect of energy, but the fact of the matter is, they're just going to sell it.
Yeah,
they're
we're
not going to sell it.
Yeah, so we're going to.
You want to produce even more oil than we are now.
Yes.
And you don't think climate change is going to impact. No. You don't believe in climate change.
Well, that's a whole nother discussion, but no.
Well, you don't believe in climate change? That's a whole nother discussion. Is it? We're talking about crude oil that's going to be burned into the atmosphere. Is it really a different discussion?
I mean, it's sort of the same discussion.
Yeah, no, I believe that climate change is, well, there's obviously an element of climate change that is partially true, but lowering or
Which part of it?
Raising the man-made.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Raising temperatures by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius in the next 150 years isn't necessarily a detriment to society. Human beings.
You don't think so?
No, human beings are very good at innovation, and we can build seawalls, and we can create carbon technology.
What kind of seawall are you going to build for Miami? What are you going to do about when we get?
I'm talking about the economy right now, which.
Yeah, I'm talking about the economy right now. The city of Miami being increasingly flooded as the years go by will obviously not have any impact on the economy. What are you talking about? Yeah, when cities flood and buildings start collapsing, typically no effect on the economy. Ignore the fact that, like, we had in particular 2 buildings collapse in New York City, and it sent the world into a bit of an economic tizzy, so to speak. But yeah, I'm sure when a major U.S. city starts literally becoming unlivable because it's sinking beneath the waves, certainly no economic impact. Let alone all the other cities on the coast in Florida.
If we get back on topic.
All right, guys. Sorry, time's up. I let you go
no problem.
longer.
Yeah, fucking Aquaman real estate. Oh, Sam will now. There's a final bonus round. I thought we were all done. Oh shit, this is exciting. Sam will now choose a conservative to debate for 10 minutes on a claim of their choosing. Oh shit. Oh shit. Anyway, if you're enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because this stream is brought to you by viewers like you. I couldn't make it happen without you guys. We've been going for over 6 hours now, and support the stream, and please call your senators. It is really, really important, and I know that this is going to be outdated by the time this VOD gets released, but I'm telling you right now, during the live stream, call your senators. It's really important that we try to get them to deny cloture on the continuing resolutions that are proposed both by Chuck Schumer and the Republicans in the House. We need to block those budget resolutions and hopefully get a government shutdown to bring Republicans to the table in good faith. So with that, let's keep going, shall we, folks? Let's keep going. All right, Sam Cedar, what do you got for us? What do you got for us? I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't get to see this Bowser guy debate. Wait, did we even get to see like most of these people? Like this 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. I think we like barely half, like a little over half of them managed to debate, but like, all right, let's see what we see.
I choose Ben because
Sam said he debated them, but he didn't understand their questions.
Let me lecture him about Social Security.
My claim is that abortion is immoral and should not be legal.
Oh boy. I think Sam is going to do okay here. Like, I know he's good on the issue, but also, like, the arguments against abortion are, frankly, just really bad. Like, in a lot of cases, when you are arguing the, like, benefits and drawbacks of abortion, I guess, like, the facts are on the side of being pro, like, women's bodily autonomy. I think the morals are also on that side, but like oftentimes when you drill down on the morals of it, like people like this are going to fall back on like God told me it was bad, so sucks to suck, you know?
Yeah, I disagree largely because I think the primary rights that we have under a society should belong to the person, and I don't believe a fetus is a person.
Okay, okay, so that's very interesting. You don't believe the fetus is a person. When do you think that it gains personhood, in your opinion? Would you agree it's a human life, at least?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, yes, I think largely, I think that claim is largely like, it's not relevant to the way that I think about it. I think about it in terms of personhood. I mean, I think like,
my argument for the record is just that like, even if you grant a fetus personhood, which you shouldn't, but even if you do, like, you can deny people use of your body. You can deny another adult human use of your body, even if it would result in their death. Like you have that right when it comes to like bodily autonomy. And like full stop. And if that is the case for like a fully grown adult person who absolutely has personhood, then there's a degree to which I think like you can definitely do that to someone, to a fetus that in the eyes of most people does not have and has not achieved personhood.
Life exists all around us, and
not human. I mean, human life, but not like there's not human life in a tree. Correct.
Right. Correct.
Okay. So it's human life.
It's human life.
But it's not a person?
It's not a person.
At which point does it gain personhood and gain the value of being a human?
Well, I think it becomes a person when it's born.
Why? So 5 seconds prior, it's not born yet, not person. 5 seconds after exits the birth canal, person. Is there a magical quality to the birth canal? What is that?
The person becomes separate from the host that has been that it's been growing inside.
Okay, so would you assign that to other human beings that are attached to things. Like, for instance, if I'm attached to a machine, am I a machine now? Am I part of that machine, or am I still a human life? I just need support in order to stay alive.
If you've never been born and you're growing in, let's say, a test tube, for instance, then yes, I would argue you're not a person yet.
Okay, so then, but it's not, so it's
You know, I like this. I think Sam is doing a bit. I think Sam is doing well. Okay, I think the personhood argument is interesting. Certainly, you can run down that. I would still center bodily autonomy, perhaps, but like, this isn't like the worst argument to make.
It's not really the disconnected part. It's the being born part.
Well, being born means being disconnected from your mother.
Okay, so you're specifically aligning having the quality of being birthed as what makes someone a person.
Person within the context of like our society and civilization.
So just in our society, you wouldn't say that objectively that's a person. You would say that we just decide that it's a person because it's birth.
Yeah, because like making those distinctions is on some degree arbitrary. You know, like in the Bible, for example, like the moment of personhood is the first breath a child takes. That's what's important for personhood in biblical scripture, for example. Not the act of coming out of the birthing canal, but instead rather the act of breathing in on their own. So that's like, and then like you can talk about personhood in other contexts as well, obviously. But like what the point I'm trying to make here is that concept is arbitrarily determined and kind of socially constructed. Like that's, man, like that's obvious to me.
Yeah, rights we give to persons. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that's an interesting kind of definition of what human life and specifically personhood
Well, no,
is.
I don't. I'm conceding that it's human life, but that you're not a person until you're born, and you do not have the same like rights that we would give. Like, you know, look, we have rights about cruelty to animals, for instance, right? But they're not persons within the context of our society.
I'm not saying that they are, but specifically, it seems like you're just kind of saying, oh, it's a person when it's born, but you're not actually providing any consistent reason for that. You're just saying it just is a person.
I'm saying that on some level, there's a certain amount of like arbitrariness as to when we give rights. Like one could say, like, do you say it's at conception?
Yeah, I mean, like like a lot of the argument I think here is good. You know, like is it a human life at conception is kind of a way of arguing personhood. Is it a person at conception, right? And like that is also a formulation of this arbitrary distinction. Genuine conception, genuine question, what is conception? Conception is when the sperm goes into the egg and they begin to do their thing. The cell begins to divide. That is conception.
Sure, yeah.
So
it is also a bad video game and anime series that you shouldn't watch.
So IVF, in other words, would have to be illegal under your principle, because
I mean, I'm not sure that I would agree with IVF in that case. It really depends on the particulars in that case, but I believe.
Well, what do you mean the particulars in that?
Well, so for instance, at conception, you would still be a human life, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the fertilized egg attaches to the uterine wall.
Is it human life for you, or what?
It's human life, yeah.
Okay, so human life should be protected.
Yes.
Okay, so IVF.
Yeah, I would say that.
So IVF should be illegal under your rubric.
No. So they're human life.
Why? They're all human lives. Human life should be protected. Conception has happened in IVF. You know, you might have to go through a number of embryos via IVF.
Lives, correct?
The IVF is when the egg and the sperm in that and then they're supplanted.
Yes.
Is it when is it human life?
As soon as it has unique human DNA.
Oh, this guy does shoot bang. This guy does not know how IVF works. Holy moly! Oh God. Oh, Twitchy-tism, you may be correct there. Conception is when like the fertilized egg implants in the uterus. Yeah. Maybe? I'm not super invested into this.
That's
Okay,
a human life.
Okay, so
it's a new human, correct?
now in the IVF process, there's
Yeah, like also if he's trying to make the argument that new human DNA is a completely new human, but you don't want to make that argument. A lot of people have tons of different kinds of cells in them that have different DNA from their initial set. Does that mean they contain millions, if not billions or trillions of new human lives? Like, no. It's clearly something else.
there's stuff that gets thrown out. Like,
Yes.
you would
I
consider
mean,
that.
like you can have cancer. There's human chimerism, which is more common than people realize. Like there's all kinds of stuff that can go on with DNA.
Yeah, I'm not even defending IVF or going against it. I'm specifically saying abortion. That was my claim, right? I'm not going to argue IVF.
But
I'm
isn't
saying,
that abortion under your principle?
I would say if you get rid of human life after conception, I don't think that's moral. I'm not going to argue the IVF particulars because that's not what my claim was, right?
When we're talking about laws, right?
I mean, so yes, IVF you're saying IVF would be abortion. Like that is part of what is entailed with IVF.
Is you want to outlaw abortion?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. When we're talking about laws, it's not just morality when we form public policy around and create laws.
Not just, but it should be moral, correct?
Well, I mean, I think like your
should have been
definition of what constitutes moral and mine are different. For instance, I would prefer in a perfect world not to have abortion on demand until, up until birth, right?
Sure.
In a perfect world. However, we know in practice that when you start to restrict things, like say, only in the threat of life to the woman, let's say, that's the only way we're going to allow abortions, right? When you start to have these exceptions, they're in practice, they don't work. Because when your life is in jeopardy and you come into a hospital, the doctor doesn't see a bulb that shows up above you and say, like, your life is in jeopardy. It's always a subjective assessment.
Almost like that applies to medicine at large. Almost like, medicine relies in part on intense and in some cases arbitrary distinctions that get made in the heat of the moment. Is a child is it possible to deliver a viable pregnancy in an emergency scenario? Who knows? You have to make that judgment based on the facts and circumstances you find yourself in at the time. No one can make an objective measure of that. It is up to subjective interpretation.
And what does life in jeopardy, hold on, what does life in jeopardy mean? Does it mean a 30% chance of death? Does it mean a 50%, a 70%, or a 20%? That's why we now have women who are dying, because doctors are afraid to perform abortions on them. That's true.
Are you referencing, just because some doctors misread plain text doesn't mean that that it's all of a sudden that life is...
It is not plain text. There is no plain text that dictates when the woman's life is in danger. The lawmakers literally are incapable of putting that into a law. It is up to the discretion of the doctors. And the issue is here, doctors have stopped doing this because they run a risk of being like arrested and charged with murder. They run the risk of like losing their license to practice medicine. They it is like so many conservatives just sit there and confidently say like, obviously you would be able to tell when the woman's life is in danger, except you can't. You actually can't. Which is why none of these loopholes is real. You get the loopholes for in the case of the life of the mother. You get loopholes in the case of rape or incest. Hey guys, have any of you we talked a little bit about sexual assault earlier tonight. Those cases take years to process, sometimes decades to go through the legal system because they are simply not prioritized. And I don't know if you guys know this, but in about 9 months, a baby pops out of someone. So if there has been a case of sexual abuse that results in, or assault that results in a pregnancy, the legal loophole to like be able to legally get an abortion cannot be satisfied. It is not a real exception to the law. None of these are. Anyone who tries to sell you on that is lying to you.
Less valuable or more valuable.
No. It means that you are subjecting the woman to more risk, and it's impossible. These exceptions are all, they're canards.
No, Christian.
When you oppose a law, it is not just about morality, it's in practice.
Sure,
in practice,
I understand that.
You cannot do this without sacrificing women's lives because
what
of
about
your
the unborn
morality.
children, though? Because let's go back to your born
Unborn
thing.
children
so let's say
are not persons,
you have a 9-month.
and the mother has more rights, in my mind, than the unborn child.
Yeah, that's a claim that you can make. But so a 9-month.
Yeah, that is a claim he could make. Are you going to address that very fundamental claim that like an already born person has more rights than an unborn creature, even if you want to convey upon that creature personhood and say like an unborn person? Like, yeah, I would argue a born person has more rights than an unborn person. It's not difficult to see why that would be.
Birthed child, or just 9-month and just now born, it's a newborn baby. A 5-month could be emergency C-section and could be birthed, right? Let's say they don't do that. What's the difference between the arbitrary choice of taking that child out of the womb at 6 months or 5 months?
Why don't we take all children
know what I'm
out
saying?
of
Wait, but it's not an arbitrary choice. It is the choice of the mother. Like it's the choice of the pregnant person. Like, it's not arbitrary. Like, people have lives and different circumstances, and for any number of reasons, whether it's for health or for economic reasons or for social reasons, like they have been able to see a pregnancy through up to 5 months and then decide to get an abortion versus they wait 6 months to have an abortion. And also, most people who are getting abortions at 5 months, 6 months are doing it because there is some health complication that they need to address. Straight up. This is not, like he's trying to say it's an arbitrary decision, and I gotta tell you, I've known a lot of people who've gotten abortions, and it's never seemed like an arbitrary choice. Maybe this guy should talk to some people who have actually had to live the lives he looks down upon,
No, what I'm saying is that the personhood just because of birth
Hey, Neurosledge.
runs into a problem where it starts to say,
All right, guys.
well,
I hate to do it, but I gotta do it. I'm sorry, that's time.
Okay.
I'm glad I was here. It was interesting. It was, I know my questions were more sort of policy oriented, I think, than maybe folks anticipated here. And I was
That is maybe one of the nicest ways one could imagine to call these people unequipped to actually answer real questions of substance.
little bit surprised that there wasn't many people here who could address the policies. They were very, very sure of themselves as to why they voted for Trump, but a lot of it was sort of
Vibes. It's
not
vibes
material in any
Vibes-based politics, baby. What have we been saying on this show?
way.
So there was stuff that conservatives were saying today that I fundamentally disagreed with my entire heart, but at the end of the day, we're still part of the conservative movement. So I think there are people that I disagreed with, there are people that I completely did agree with, but the cool thing about this new conservative movement and the people here today is it's people from all different walks of life sharing their perspective.
I don't think Sam had any, like, at least when I was speaking to him, I don't think Sam really had great responses because
Dog, every time you opened your mouth was an unending stream of bullshit. Like you didn't know what you were talking about, man. It's crazy the worlds these people live in. Like I don't know, does anyone remember the episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where we get to see each member of the gang imagine what they would do in a robbery scenario, and like Charlie like we go into Charlie's mind's eye and it's like it's animated like a Pixar cartoon. That's what I feel like the lived experience of these conservatives must be like. Like if we were to peer into their brains, it would just be like completely bizarro, like completely different color schema, like everything. Like these people are just divorced from the actual circumstances of the world. It's bizarre. Yeah, crayon memories over here.
the reality is not on his side. I don't think socialism works. I think
Dog, you weren't even asked about socialism. Your argument was that the Federal Reserve is inherently a leftist institution. Like, hey guys, I need you all to know, right? If you at any point ever are feeling interested in learning about some shit, TM, look up the reason why we have a Federal Reserve. Look up the reason why we have kind of this centralized banking and currency system in the United States. And specifically look at the history of European banking and specifically the history of printing money. Because there's a really good reason we have these things, folks, and it's not because of woke leftism. It's because when you just allow anyone to print money and people to have competing currencies within one nation, when you don't have like a centralized bank or currency, like, turns out it gets pretty fucking wild out there. Hell, you don't even have to go back that far into like the medieval times. You can just go back like, Enlightenment. You can even go back in the United States to just like when different states had different monetary systems. It was bad. It was not good, actually. Like, the history of banking and money printing and all of that is fascinating. It goes back a long way, but like you don't got to go back that far to figure it out. Ugh, my God. One-eyed heathen, thank you for the $5
I need to
super
make
chat.
my dinner now. I just got done calling or emailing senators, all of them individually, and I am so done for the night.
Let's go, one-eyed heathen. That's what I like to see.
social programs can be good up to a certain extent, but we are very socialist as a nation, and yeah, I mean, I'll just say it again.
Yeah, we're. Okay. His notes that he brought were socialism does not work, and as we know, this guy adheres to this particular socialism school.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
That's literally what this guy thinks socialism is.
Socialism does not work. Sorry. Wish it did.
I think debate is healthy, and I think it helps viewers sort of clarify why certain people support certain things, and it gives an opportunity, I think, to both have fun and drama and maybe learn some stuff. So that's always a good thing.
I like Sam Cedar a lot. What a good dude. Also,
Trump, but a lot of
real quick, can someone please edit a clip with this guy? You know, edit like a 30-second clip of this guy saying these things, but then
does not work. Socialists as a nation, and yeah, I mean, I'll just say it again. Socialism does not work.
Except when he holds this up, can you edit the boob drawing in from Always Sunny in Philadelphia? That's just my request to anyone who's watching the stream right now, okay? That's my request. Just the oh god. We're not watching the Google Sonic inflation. I'm not doing that. All right, work in the morning. Good night. Good night, Dragonfly. What was the request? The request was that someone come in and edit the guy from this when he holds up his piece of paper to edit in, instead of socialism doesn't work, just this picture from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, just the doodle Dennis does of him holding the breasts of a large-breasted woman. I can do that if you link me? Fuck yeah. Here you go. Here you go. Nailed it. Top tier content over on Riverboat Jack stream. Now, folks, that was fun. I really enjoyed that. Oh man, Miss Evelyn, my favorite question to ask people who say stuff like this is what they think socialism is, because not a single guy who's built like this can answer what socialism is. Not a single goddamn one. I've talked to so many interchangeable conservatives exactly like this guy. You know? Anyway, folks, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Hit the sub, dono, membership, super chat button. Hit the buttons. Let's go. And remember to call your senators, folks. Email them, call them, fax them, do what you gotta do. Get their attention, because guess what, folks? We need to stop this continuing budget resolution that Democrats and Republicans are currently trying to get through. Got so much goddamn work to do. It's frustrating. But do it. Go do it. Do it tomorrow. Do it early on Friday. Call your senators. Get them to vote no on get them to deny cloture on the continuing budget resolutions, okay? And with that, folks, we are gone. It has been a lovely journey with you here today, folks. If I do stream tomorrow, it's going to be a later one. I've got some priorities in the evening when I would usually start stream, but just letting you guys know, it'll probably be a late stream. We might do like a gaming stream type situation, just because it will be so late and I will have had little to no time to prep the stream. So we'll see what we can do. We might do a couple segments before we kick off the, the stuff, the the gaming. With that, folks, I will see you all tomorrow. And goddamn, it is cool as shit for it to be 3 o'clock in the morning and to have like 480 people watching stream. This is cool as hell. Appreciate all of you, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.
Come, found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used. Come, and that's not coming, the rest of the comes, but that's just come on. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. In its application. Come! What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come! There's no room for discussion, friend. Guess what? Come! Come! It commands obedience.